Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the general meeting for February. I'd like to welcome all those in the gallery. It's great to see a packed gallery. And a big welcome to the Wandai Men's Shed, all the gentlemen in yellow, and then I think we've got some other representatives from Cumbia and other places. So it's good to see everyone keen and interested in what we do in the council chambers. So I'd like to welcome the councillors and the senior staff, and we'll call for leave of absence and apologies. I don't believe we have any. So I'll ask Bryn Haycock from the Salvation Army to come and offer prayers for our region and also for our council.
Shall we pray? Lord, we just thank you for the region that we live in, the beauty that we are surrounded by day in and day out. We think of its people. We ask that you'll give them peace in their hearts. We think of their leaders who make deliberations on their behalf. We ask for wisdom and insight, that the decisions made will be for the betterment of the community. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Bryn. I'll now call on Councillor Deb Deneen to recognise the traditional owners.
I'd like to acknowledge the country where we meet today, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge their elders, past, present and emerging.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Now asking for item 5, declarations of interest. And I believe we have Councillor Heath, Councillor Jane and Councillor Deb.
I, Councillor Heath Sander, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 12.4, the contractual arrangements entered into over $200,000. And this prescribed conflict of interest arises due to my family member, a close associate, being an employee. Actually, that's worded wrong. It'll be that my wife is actually on the contracts entered into over $200,000. I also inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.9, the EBA update 2 and 3. And this prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate, being employed by the South Burnett Regional Council, and I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted upon.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. I, Councillor Erkins, inform this meeting that I have a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item 16.9 EBA update 2 and 3. This prescribed conflict of interest arises due to a family member, a close associate, being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this meeting is discussed and voted on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Deneen.
I, Councillor Deb Deneen, inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 16.9 EBA update 2 and 3. This declarable conflict of interest arises due to a related party, a close associate, being an employee of the South Burnett Regional Council. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. We're moving on to item 7, confirmation of minutes of previous meeting on page 6. And the officer's recommendation is that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of January 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Could I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Height. Someone to second that, Councillor Potter. Any questions, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to item number 8 on page 44. Notices of motion. So we don't have any notices of motion. So now we're moving on to the councillor divisional updates. And I'll go first as the Mayor to lead this one off. Good morning, everyone. I want to firstly begin by thanking everyone again who helped with the flood cleanup, the volunteers and the parks and garden staff who have organised the curbside collection. I would also like to commend the staff on the roadside slashing, as I know how difficult it is to keep on top of slashing given the current weather conditions. There has been a lot of damage to our road network, and over the next few months, we'll be doing temporary work to make sure our roads are safe and trafficable. When we get into the permanent fixes, it could take some time as we work through the tender process. We will try to keep everyone informed as we do the repairs. Council is only funded to bring the road back to how it was, but we are also keen to ensure that we can improve the drainage if possible. The Badooma Dam Fish Stocking Group were very complimentary on Council's work leading up to the recent fishing comp, and they also complimented us on the presentation of the road to the dam and made note of the slashing and the visitor experience. We recently joined the Honourable Deb Frecklington for the opening of the Youth Precinct at Memorial Park, which has been very well received. I also had the pleasure of joining Councillor Sander at the opening of the new toilet and shower block at the Mergen PCYC. This project has been a long time coming and is a big improvement. I'm also looking forward to seeing a much needed toilet block at the skate park in Mergen. There has been a lot of discussion about water over the last few months. I want to assure everyone that we are concerned about water quality and quantity for our region. Council spent $100,000 on air scouring the Kingaroy water pipes recently with some degree of success. We are considering a similar program in other towns and will be discussing that as part of our budget deliberations. We have already talked about the possibility of subsidising rainwater tanks for residents, but tank water still needs to be monitored and checked. Reverse osmosis is another option, however it needs additional water to run the plant, and we do not have the additional water allocation. It is also costly to build and more expensive to run. I have been in discussions with our federal member in the western part of the region, Colin Boyce, about the option of building stage 2 of Badooma Dam. I believe this would help with both quantity and quality, as it is inconsistent currently when we mix Gordon Brook Dam water with Badooma Dam water. The quantity and quality vary depending on the dam levels. On Colin's advice, we are drafting a letter to send to the State Minister for Water, the Honourable Anne Lay MP, seeking feedback on options and costs around the possibility of raising the Badooma Dam wall. Nanango Water has also raised questions, as it is bore water which is hard, and there have been many complaints about it shortening the life of hot water systems and appliances. We also have some of our villages on non-potable water and some where we do not supply any water. Council is waiting on a full report that will come back before the 30th of June on all options going forward for all of our water across the region. I want to assure residents that we are listening to the community about your water concerns and are doing everything we can to find solutions. I believe that once we have all options on the table, we should hold community meetings to help everyone, to make sure that everyone is well informed. I think we need to be all working together and all on the same page as we decide on our water future. That concludes my monthly update, and I look forward to hearing from my fellow councillors. Thank you. So I'll hand over now to Deputy Mayor Jane Erkins, who will give the Division 1 councillor update.
Thank you. So my Division 1 update today, it's always a debate whether I should write everything out and read it or just go from the top of my head. Today I've put points down, so let's see how we go. One of the things, Nanango, Division 1 especially, were pretty lucky with the recent flood events, because I think our roads came off pretty good in comparison to some of the divisions in the northern, 5 and 6 in particular. They were fairly badly hit with bad rain, and we were very lucky in Nanango. But hopefully the roads that have been there, I really look forward to people notifying me of any issues they have, because I know that council staff are very keen to get on and make sure that we get those emergency repairs done as soon as possible. After the storms, I know that I'd like to, I said again about the work that council did in picking up sticks and branches, and I'd like to say how valuable I think volunteers are to our whole community, and it's really great to see. I know there's a number of our communities who have people do their walks in the morning, and with them they have bags where they pick up rubbish along the way. You know, I think that's really good to see, and I think it takes a whole community banding together, and it's something that I really am fairly passionate about. And our Australia Day in Blackbutt saw where different members of communities were recognised, and it was a great day down at Blackbutt, who hosted the South Burnett event, and as I said, recognised people from across the region who really do step up and help our community. Nanango's Australia Day event, it was a breakfast run by the Business Alliance in Nanango, and it was a fabulous morning. They had lots of events where our mayor did step up and contributed to the day in the, I think, the tug of war, the boot throwing, and she's always, and I did tell her that I had a dignified role in my community and could not go down and participate, much as I would have liked to. During the last month, I've actually also welcomed, we mix our business with pleasure and family, and I was very happy to welcome a new granddaughter who was born at 27 weeks gestation and weighed, I think, 1,100 grams. So she's doing very well, and that's I was lucky to be able to get some time to duck down and have a little look at her in a plastic box. I've attended a number of AGMs, and it's always great to be able to speak to the members of those communities, the clubs that, again, are the ones that supply all these things for our community. People move into a town and there's tennis and there's bowls and there's golf, and, you know, that's all run by volunteer organisations. Again, Nanango, I think, really bats above the average for these events. There's the other organisations. I know the Nanango Bowls and the Nanango Golf Club, the Nanango Netball have recently had teams away. They've been very successful. The Western Performance, they have their new arena, indoor arena, and they're conducting events out there. Ringsfield, the historic house in Ringsfield, is going very well. We're having our morning teas on the first Saturday of the month, the same day as the market. So anybody who's popping into the market, it'd be great to see you come over and have a look, enjoy a morning tea at Ringsfield House, and also have a look at some of the artwork. We now have an art gallery in Nanango, which is part of Ringsfield House, and the house is open for inspection. During this last month, there have been a number of funerals across the region, I know, but in Nanango we did lose, you know, a few people who were long-term residents and were really contributed a lot to our region, and it was very sad to see, and my condolences to their families. I'd like to thank the Nanango Men's Shed. I know we have the Wandai Men's Shed here today at our meeting, but the Nanango Men's Shed recently did up some chairs for Ringsfield House, and they look absolutely amazing, and I really thank them. Again, coming back to what volunteers do to make our community great, and it really is great to see the Wandai Men's Shed here today. I recently attended a meeting with Councillor Potter, and it was regarding domestic violence, which is, you know, a very, very sad fact of events that happen in our region. And I think I went to the first meeting, and I was very, I know I go to a lot of meetings and I go in and say, not another talk fest, surely. You know, I just don't want to be part of sitting here and we're just talking about what we can do. But they organised for a little catch-up with me and Councillor Potter afterwards, and it was amazing what this group do, and I'm really keen to be part of the change and seeing what can be done, because I'm sure, you know, we've all got family members who have been, hopefully not, but in that situation. So it would be great to be able to be part of making a change for how we can change attitudes. We had a lot of talk. I'm conscious of not taking up too much time, but we did have a talk recently about Facebook, and sometimes it's very disappointing. I know when I came onto council, the opinion was don't answer on Facebook. But being as how prior to my coming onto council, I know I was very prolific and very quick to address any issues that I felt that council had. From my opinion, I'm now looking from the other side of the fence. However, I do encourage people to put issues up, but also to contact their councillors. Tag your councillor in something if you're frustrated and can't get something done. But what I don't like to see is, you know, there was a comment went up today when I advised all communities of the council meeting, come along and see how difficult some of these decisions that we make are. There's a limited budget that we work under. You know, we're very conscious we live in a low socioeconomic area, and to have people make some of the comments, such as the one that went up today, is pretty disappointing, because we are all here working for the best of our community. As I said, I'm happy to take the complaints and happy if you've got an issue, but don't just make an across-the-board thing, councillors are lazy or councillors are this or councillors that. If you've got a problem, and you know, put your name to it. Don't sit there with an anonymous post making broad, rude comments. It's not appreciated, and I think it's pretty unfair to a lot of my fellow councillors who work extremely hard. We did also go over to, we had the opening of 12-month celebration of Medicare Head to Help, a mental health facility in town, and I know that both myself and I'm probably taking some of Councillor Potter's thing. We met with the health minister, or the assistant health minister in Canberra, where we really, I think they said we gave a very passionate plea for the need for funding in our area, and it was good to catch up with her at the opening, but good to see the 12 months, and it's a great facility, and I encourage anyone who is struggling with mental health to contact them, because they will really put you in the right direction. I travelled with Councillor Deneen to Toowoomba to the Tisby event, where we had the opportunity to speak to the Treasurer, David Janeski, and Debbie and I definitely made sure that he knows where the South Burnett is and that we are looking for improved funding for our area. Last on my little list is the new toilet going in at Butter Factory Park. Coming back again to community, the Nanango Butter Factory Park was a community effort along with Heritage Community Bank and Council, and we have a fabulous facility there. I'm very pleased to say that we did only have one toilet there, which it's a very, very busy park, and it's now, with some funding, it's going to be upgraded, and we're going to have 3 toilets at Butter Factory Park, and that's great to see, because as I said, it is a community park and the result of a combination of working with council, community and funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. I'll hand over to Councillor Linda Little to give the Division 2 update. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone here today and watching online. So it's been a very busy time over the last month, and we at Blackbutt hosted the Australia Day Awards, which was really well attended, and it was wonderful to celebrate and honour all the nominees present and all of our community champions. It was great to be able to hand them their awards, and we thank them for their service to our community. Most of our towns and villages hosted Australia Day celebrations, and by all reports, these activities were really well attended and everyone had a great day. I know at Blackbutt, the Lions Club, the Blackbutt District Community Organisation and the AvoFest committees all joined together to create a really lovely morning with lots of great food and plenty of activities for young and old alike. I also got to do some gumboot throwing. The first one wasn't very good at all. I thought maybe I should give up. But anyway, I had another go and it was much better for the second time. At least it went straight. Not far, but straight. So I've attended a lot of council workshops this month, and I consider these very helpful and informative, as these workshops give us an insight into what council does as an organisation and how committed our staff from all departments are to making this a great region to live in. We are currently working on our corporate plan and look forward to presenting it to our communities in the near future. I have had some very interesting meetings with residents and community groups, with most residents' concerns covering road networks and roadside slashing. All of these concerns have been passed on to the relevant departments, and it is heartening to see progress with potholes, and the slashing crews are working really hard to keep our roadsides clear. On the 2nd of February, I was invited to attend the official opening of a new business in Blackbutt. Dynamic Health and Homeopathy is now open at 75 Colson Street, and Nikki has over 20 years of experience and training on herbal and holistic medicine. This opening was really well attended by around 80 people, and it was a really lovely morning. Nikki spoke about her passion for homeopathy and the role it plays in modern healthcare today. I wish her every success in her new business. The local schools are currently recognising their school leaders with ceremonies occurring within Division 2. This week I attended the Blackbutt State School badge ceremony, and it was a real pleasure to be able to pin those badges on the 4 school leaders. Tomorrow I'll be attending at Nanango High and next week at Banarkin State School. It is really fabulous to see our young people put up their hands to be the leaders of our future. Many clubs and associations are gearing up for their AGMs, and it's an honour to be asked to chair these very important meetings. I recently chaired the Bunya Mountains Community Association AGM, which was really well attended by all the owners of the properties up there, who are not always residents, but they do make it every 3 months to get up to their general meetings and the AGM. The same committee were re-elected into their positions, and it is a little bit of a shame that some other people aren't putting up their hand. But I know under the leadership of Noel and Carol that the Bunya Mountains Community Association is in great hands, and they're working really hard on getting their community centre up and running. So with all the rest of the AGMs that are coming up, I look forward to attending as many as possible within my schedule. This weekend, I will be cheering on the Kingaroy Rugby League side, who are taking on the Legends of League side in a game of rugby league at the Red Ants footy field. I'd love to see as many people as possible there cheering on our local boys as we show these legends how to play footy. So that's it for now, and remember, if you have any concerns or questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Little. Call on Councillor Councillor Danita Potter to give the Division 3 update.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Since our last council meeting, there has been so much that we as councillors have done. The list is wide and varied. So We've met with musicians for some upcoming events. We've held a meeting with the Mayor to organise the Relay for Life breakfast launch, which is going to be very exciting. So we're looking forward to that one. And don't forget to get your teams in for this year's Relay for Life. It's going to be held on the 11th of October at the Red Ants Football Club in Kingaroy. So Relay for Life is an extremely worthy cause, and we really do punch well above our weight with regards to donations for this particular one. On another note, I'd like to say that the breast screen bus has been in town, and I'd also at this time like to remind everyone to make sure you get checked. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, bowel cancer, everything and anything, please go and see your doctor if there's any changes. In fact, just go and see your doctor now and get a proper checkup. I've attended the Dinner Under the Stars meeting at the Kingaroy Men's Shed. Now, that Dinner Under the Stars is on Saturday the 8th of March, so please go and get your tickets now. They're available online or at Kingaroy Office Central. It's also the same evening as the Herkind Gala, which is being held at the Town Hall. So they're two very, very different events, and they're both being held on that same night. So it's good to have choices. Following the wonderful Australia Day Awards we've had in Blackbutt, we had an amazing Australia Day at the Kingaroy Scout Den, supported by the Tabinga Lions Club, the Kingaroy Men's Shed, the Kingaroy Rotary, Kingaroy QCWA, along with the Fireys, the Vintage Card Club and Shannon's, and it was just a wonderful day here in Kingaroy. We had the citizenship ceremony to go with that one as well. So I think we had about 18 citizens who came and took their pledge, which was just and it was really a cracking good time. I had to go at whip cracking myself, got a couple of good ones off, and I promised that I will practice for next year so I'm better. So congratulations, and also I just want to say there that the Lamping family stepped in with the whip cracking at the very last minute at the 11th hour, so I'd like to say thank you very much to the whole family for stepping up to the plate and being there for that Australia Day. And congratulations to all our incredible community members who put their hearts and soul into our wonderful community. So please look out for the application forms which will come out in September roughly this year for next year's Australia Day Awards. The more that get put in, the more people we recognise, I think it's better for our community. So Jane and I also attended, as mentioned before, the Domestic Violence Action Planning Workshop by the Queensland DV Council. And we're working on ways to reduce domestic and family violence in the LGAs right across Queensland. We also delivered the baked goods from Bake Relief across the South Burnett, and this was very much appreciated by all who received. So thank you to Beck Cross and her team of bakers who banded together for our community, and they were delivered by the councillors throughout the South Burnett. I also had the pleasure of attending the Kingaroy Art Gallery opening for a wonderful display of talented people, and this time it was Ruth Ellington's turn with her mind-blowing display of her dedication over decades coming to this Love, Loss and Life exhibition. And I think you'll find that our mayor is wearing one of her pieces right now, which is absolutely gorgeous. Also, the Mayor and I had the pleasure of attending the Probus Club 25th anniversary. Congratulations to all. This is just an incredible club, and every member in that club is just wonderful. And throughout their whole lives, they've been huge contributors to our community. So thank you, everyone in the Probus Club. You are all an inspiration to me. Attended the South Burnett Community Consultative Committee meeting. We discussed many issues at this one, including mental health is probably one of the main things we discussed this time. And it just proved to us that more investment is needed from state and federal government. So, but I'd also like to say that if anyone has any stories or issues, good or bad, from our local hospitals, please let me know so we can take them to the Community Consultative Committee meeting, because that's what they're all about. You need to tell us if there are any issues so we can take that and discuss that as a group, or give that to the hospital, because they can't change things if they don't know that there's issues there to change. We had the official opening of the Youth Precinct at Memorial Park, and I must say, I don't think I've seen a park area used as much as this particular one. It's just fantastic. And there was mention with regards to the wheelchair basketball group that the ease of access to the toilets with that new path was just made all the difference. So, and thank you to the organising committee of Motors and Mockers for organising such a wonderful event. It was great to go out there and dream. And I also learnt that a friend of mine, I'm not going to mention her name, but she has a Cobra, and she's too short to drive, so she had to get her brother-in-law to drive it. So that was quite exciting. He didn't want to, of course. He hated the concept of doing that, but it was actually quite funny hearing her story. So, but congratulations to Paul Zenovich and the team for an amazing turnout for the Motors and Mockers. It was just good, and I'm looking forward to next year. The local ambulance committee was held recently. They do an incredible job in our community. I'm not too sure people know about your local ambulance committees, but what we do in Kingaroy with the local ambulance committee, we actually go out and teach people how to use defibs and things like that. So if your group, community group, or anything like that want to do any of these learnings, your local ambulance committees are more than happy to come out and help in that process. As mentioned before, the footy match on Saturday. Looking forward to it. So I'll be there most of the day. And I am a little bit concerned when the Legends of League, on Saturday afternoon, later on, go against our local boys. I probably should use the word boys a bit loosely here. And I really hope that my first aid skills aren't needed for that one. The South Burnett Suicide Prevention Working Group have their AGM on this afternoon here in the chambers, and then that's followed by the general meeting. So please come along to that one this afternoon at 4:30 here. As councillors, we attend many meetings, and these include the Wide Bay Burnett Resource Recovery Group. We meet with companies who are looking to come and build retirement units in the area. We attend planning meetings, workshops, meetings with the community. Members taking we take copious amount of phone calls. We attend the Chambers of Commerce meetings, meet and greets or breakfasts, whichever area you're in. And also mentioned by Jane, we were lucky enough to attend the Kingaroy Medicare Mental Health Centre, formerly known as Head to Health, which has just turned one. It was wonderful to see the advocacy that we've put forward as a council to come to fruition with the Head to Health, or the Kingaroy Medicare Mental Health Centre. No, I don't like the name either. There is much more that we do as councillors, but this is just a snippet. So if you want to contact any of us, all the details for all the councillors are available on the website. So please let us know if there's anything we can do for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danita, for that good update. And the whip, I was really surprised at how good you are at whip cracking, because they had the, I think, the junior whip cracking world champion, and Danita's cracking was actually louder than his. She did a couple, but it was really impressive. So well done, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the Proston show in the competition. So handing now over to Councillor Deb Deneen, Division 4, for the update.
Okay, good morning all. I did have the pleasure of going for a walk this morning, as I do most Wednesday mornings, and I didn't do Mount Wirraland this morning, but I did go for a walk through Carroll Park. It looks amazing. So if anyone gets a chance to pop into that park, it's well worth it. It's in Coral Street. Also, which leads me to our Parks and Gardens staff, who have been absolutely hammered and have done a brilliant job of getting the place looking amazing, because I went past the Apex Park in Fisher Street this morning, and they're just finalising the repairs after the storm damage to that park as well. They haven't stopped, these people, as with most of our staff, or actually all of our staff. They do a great job. We have regular meetings with staff and workshops, and we're forever trying to find ways to improve things, to address concerns of residents, and to ensure that everybody is as happy as they possibly can be. And our staff are amazing. They know all the ins and outs. They know the legislation. They point us in the right direction. We're just kind of the go-between. we're lucky that we get our community members to come to us, and then we go to our staff and say, how can we help? And they're always on board, working out the best way to look after our community, which I appreciate and we all appreciate greatly. We have been to quite a lot of things recently, where the opening of Haven House, yet another CTC project that's helping with the huge need for housing in our region. We are, as we well know, a low socioeconomic area, and we have a lot of people struggling, and that's the topic of conversation pretty much every day with council. And those sort of projects help enormously. There was a recovery meeting after the recent events with flooding and storms, and that was a way that we can look at how to help better next time, and that's thoroughly discussed. People put a lot of information, a lot of time into what they can do and how they can fix things and how they can look after people with these very frequent flood events and rain events, and I suppose next it'll be a drought. But anyway, we won't talk about that because my cows are really fat this year, so thank you for the rain. The Australia Day Awards were fantastic. Haven't we got the best community with just amazing people that do so much? It was a pleasure to go to Blackbutt, beautifully organised day. Thank you again to our staff and to the Scout Den in Kingaroy for the Australia Day Awards, where, yes, Danita is a great whip cracker. I'm not. I have children that can crack a whip, not me. The South Bennett Music Awards have had an event at Blackbutt RSL Club, and then again you look at the talent that we've got in this area. To just, we had a young group of singers, I think they're still in high school, and they were fabulous. Like, they're just amazing. It's a privilege to do that type of thing. Yes, the Tisby event with Jane was a bit of a highlight. I'm sure the Treasurer is going to remember the South Burnett because, you know, I think the second sentence that Jane said is like, we really need some more money here. And to get it from other levels of government where they actually get more tax than we get and they have a little bit more money than we have, I think that's where we need to really push. And I know that our council, led by our mayor, is forever advocating for this region for a bigger slice of the pie, and that's going to make a difference to our residents. We've quite a few AGMs. Looking forward to the South Bennett Rail Trail User AGM this Thursday, which will be great because that's another group of people really trying to work on upcoming events with the Wandai weekend in Wandai. Yes, Rosie, that's going to be fabulous. The Anzac Day weekend. So looking forward to that, a cycling event, and to all of the other things that are coming up in the next month. They're going to be fantastic. One thing that Jane did touch on, I believe, was Danita touched on was the use for the park in Memorial Park. Now, I thought, you know, that's a lot of money to spend on the park. But gosh, every time I go past there, which is usually twice a day, there is someone there playing basketball on the challenge course, ranging from tiny tots to much older people. And it's just a fantastic asset. And so I can't thank our staff that have really driven this project enough, and the councillors who were in the original organisation that helped it, because they're the type of things that make a difference to communities, having somewhere for our young people to go and to have fun and to engage with each other instead of going, what do we do here? And I think the South Bennett really offers so much to people who live here, and we're very grateful for it. So thank you so much. Thank you again to all of our staff and all of the other councillors for another productive, interesting, challenging and wonderful month. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. I'll hand over to Councillor Heath Sander for the Division 5 update.
Hang on.
It's not meant to be that technical. Mail I fixed it. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to everyone in the foyer and online. Over the last month, I've been busy meeting with residents and community groups across the region. It's been good to get out and assist where I could at Proston and Highsville in the flooded areas, and where the storm damage occurred within Proston itself. There were some people that have been living in Proston, they said, for 42 years, and they've never seen a storm like it. So it actually went over and turned and come back, and they were scared at the time. They locked themselves in a small room and were really worried about it. So it's good to see that there was no one was injured or hurt during that period. Yeah, just pleasing to see that most of the areas have been cleaned up now, and there's still a little bit of repairs to do on the road network and stuff, but we'll get there in the end. We're working through the huge list of roads requiring repairs, and we're currently doing temporary repairs in those areas and returning at a later date to do major repairs. A few of the roads that I'm grateful that had repairs done on them recently for the residents to get out were Trentham Lane, Rankins Road, and 10 Chain Road. Some of those roads were impassable, and there was guys stuck up the end of those roads for up to 3 weeks. So we did some temporary repairs there last week, and the roads were reopened, so that's good to see. I'd like to thank the roads crew for their work carried out on these roads in the entire region. There's people look at it and residents come to us and they say, well, why can't you come and repair our road? Well, there's 15 other roads that are worse off at that time, so we're just prioritising those works, and we are getting there. So, like I said to someone the other day, just before Christmas, we were getting good comments on all the potholes and the responses and the response times to road damage and stuff. And the guys, you know, they were just getting on top of it, and now they're back to square one with it, where it was worse than it was before. And now they've got to start from scratch and go through it again. Everyone is, we're still working and investigating to see how council can help with the water tank subsidies and stuff like that. So yesterday we had some information come back to us on the use of or the installation of water tanks. I believe everyone's always harping on about solar and this and that and everything else, like trying to, you know, get renewable energy and stuff. But to me, I believe water and tanks are just as valuable as the solar panels on the roof of your house. So we'll be working through, and hopefully we can come up with a solution to help everyone with this. And it's not a replacement for the town water. I just believe it's good. I was raised on a farm, and it's always been good. Tank water, I don't believe that you can get anything better than tank water. It hasn't hurt me yet, so that I know of. We're currently working on options, and I believe that we'll come up with a positive outcome for the community and the residents very soon, so I'm looking forward to updating everyone on that. It's coming into the time of the year when all the town shows are being held, and I urge all the locals to support these events, as they're put on and run by volunteers in our community to show that each town's talent and what the area has been up to. So I urge everyone, like there'll be multiple shows coming across the next 2 months, and urge everyone to visit the local show. It's been pleasing to see how many visitors have come to the area, and especially in the Division 5 area. We've had the Boondooma Dam Fish Stocking Committee fishing comp, where numbers were down a little bit, but numbers have been down everywhere, so I wouldn't take that as a guide to anything. But everyone that was there had a wonderful time, and they said that they'll be back and they'll bring their friends next year, so that's pleasing to hear. The Proston Car Rally, I ended up visiting there, and met a couple of guys from Brisbane, and they said that it's the first time out to the Proston area, and they couldn't believe how the area looked. Like when we went through there, the area was all mowed and tidy, and The roads were all slashed, the tractors were actually parked up, so they just freshly slashed that week. And everyone notices stuff like that. So the guy that I was talking to said he'll be back next time and bringing his friends as well, so that's pleasing to hear. We currently have the Ramey Group staying at the Bajocki Peterson Dam, so they're the Royal Australian Electrical Mechanical Engineers. Some currently still serving, some retired. They come annually to the Bajocki Peterson Dam. There's around 80 caravans there at the moment. They're there for the week. They book out all the cabins, the villas, the rec room. So that's a huge boost to the region. Those guys shop for the week in Mergen and Wondai and all the little towns on the way through. So they do fundraising while they're here for that week, and that all gets given to the Mergen Hospital Auxiliary. So that's an annual thing for the Mergen Hospital Auxiliary. So I thank those guys for visiting and also for supporting our little towns along the way. On Sunday the 2nd of March, the Mayor, Councillors and staff will be participating in a Clean Up Australia Day event at Highsville. I'm really looking forward to helping out where we can at this important event, and look forward to supporting the area of Highsville in a clean-up, and I'd like to thank the council for their support with that as well. There's too many things to list. The Australia Day event in Mergen at the Mergen Dairy Museum was very well attended, with our volunteers from the region. I think Mergen cleaned up with the Citizen of the Year and the Young Citizen of the Year, or Young Volunteer of the Year. So always pleasing to see so many nominations in the area of the Australia Day Awards. And I look forward to the next month and working with my fellow councillors, the Mayor and staff, and I'll see you in 1 month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Hand over to Councillor Height for the Division 6 update.
Turned it off. I thought he'd leave it on. Good morning and welcome everybody. And it's fantastic to see the Wondai Men's Shed here, and Sandra from Cumbria too. It's lovely to have community interest in what we do here. We do all work very hard for our regions and communities, but it's lovely to have people supporting us and taking an interest in what we're doing. So this month in Division 6, start off with Baido. So we had the AGM a couple of weeks back, and I was pleased to be elected as the Treasurer. Baido is the economic agency of the region, so they do some fantastic job. As everyone has mentioned, congratulations to the many local residents who were recognised at the South Burnett Australia Day Awards, and the ceremony at Blackbutt was really good. That night also we had the Cheapers Chips, which was a great night at Cumbria. It's held about every 2 months. And it's fantastic to bring the community together for a bit of trivia and fun, and there's usually a theme. So that was a great night out. Australia Day was celebrated around the region. And as councillors, it's actually a bit frustrating because we can't get to all the events. We can only get to 1 or 2. But I attended the breakfast in Wondai, and thank you to council who sponsored breakfasts around the region. And thanks to a National Australia Day Council grant, Wondai Art Gallery was able to have an all-day art competition, which was very popular and fostered the motto of reflect, respect and celebrate, all part of the story. We had the Wirrawaka dancers, and we had painting all day from clever people. Even the Mayor got an award. I haven't told her that her category, she was 4th and there was only 4 entries, but we won't mention that. One of the best things about that grant is that the prizes are all vouchers for local businesses. So we are supporting our small businesses in Wondai. But there were events around the region, and it's fantastic to see communities coming together. I was pleased to attend, it wasn't me, was it? No.
I'm pleased to attend the sign-on day of the Wondai Cadets, and I'm pleased there's lots of new recruits because this is a fantastic opportunity for young people. We have a cadet unit in Nanango and Wondai, and I think it's marvellous to have young people involved in that. They are a bit short of the supervisors, but they always have plenty of young recruits. So if somebody's interested in being one of the supervisors, it would be much appreciated. Great to attend the opening of the Haven House, a project to help people into housing, funded by CTC and the Property Investment Foundation. We had all the councillors went to Bly for I'd like to say it was a nice day out, but going to a recycling rubbish dump is possibly not the ideal place you'd go for a nice day out, but it was very interesting. And as a society, we create so much rubbish, and we really do need to look at ways to recycle that and ways to reduce the amount we create. So that was it's interesting, because it's always interesting to see what other councils are doing. We, the Mayor and I attended the Wondai Business Breakfast, which is once a month. They're looking at doing a mural at the back of the Percy Islob Pavilion, which will recognise people like Chad Morgan, who died last month, who was well known in the country music area, and he was actually born in Wondai. So some of those icons, like the Trotter, Wondai's mate, which was quite famous, Chad Morgan, Percy Islob, Mick Boyce, and all of those would be recognised in a mural. So we're hoping that comes together. As Deb mentioned, at the Anzac Day, we're going to have over 200 people, visitors to Wondai, staying for 3 days in the sports ground and cycling around the area, which will be great to introduce them to our region, and they hopefully enjoy their time and come back again. Last weekend, I attended the Cumbia ABBA tribute show, which filled the hall, and most of us were up dancing, so it's good that stage 1 and 2 of the new stumps of the Cumbia Hall has been completed, so we didn't go through the floor, and there wasn't any rattling of the floor, and just stage 3 to go. So I would like to acknowledge the Cumbia, CWA actually ran the ABBA tribute show, but the Cumbia Hall Committee, who are managing getting the hall re-stumped, and have been fantastic doing fundraising, and that's coming up later today. As a few people have mentioned, thank you to the council staff who have been flat out with the storms and mowing. I think we're all been busy trying to mow our own lawns, let alone the hundreds of acres that we have across the region. The extension to the Wondai Art Gallery has started, the patio, which was funded by Deb Frecklington, and thank you to our President Elaine Medill, who pressured Deb and was promised then that if she got elected, she would promise the money to do that. So that's fantastic. The other election promise was the Waroolan Skate Park. So we're looking forward to planning how that's going to happen, because it would be great to have that facility. So to remind everyone that the community grants are open for February, which is up to $3,000 for community groups to apply for funding. So I do encourage people to apply, or groups. If you're not incorporated, you do need to be auspiced by an incorporated group. But it's a great opportunity if you have an event or a project coming up to get funding for that. So thank you, and have a good month.
Thank you, Councillor Haight, for your Division 6 update. So that concludes all of the division updates. Before we move on, I would just like to mention that our organisation has been very rocked, really, across our whole organisation with the passing of Marissa Carney. She was a valued member of our council team, our organisation, and particularly worked out of Nanango office, and so the Nanango office has taken it really, they're doing it tough at the moment. I also wanted to extend, on behalf of our council and our region, our deepest sympathy to Marissa's family, and we will be celebrating her life tomorrow at a funeral here in Toowoomba. So at the Toominga Lawn Cemetery. So I just wanted to, if we could all be upstanding and observe a minute's silence for Marissa Carney. Thank you, everyone. So we're moving on now to item number 10.1 on page 44, the business outstanding table for ordinary council meeting. So the officer's recommendation is that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received for information. Could I have someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion, questions on the business outstanding? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. So on page 6 of number 35, the Flying Fox Roost Management Plan, I'm just wondering if we can get that plan, that report on the community consultation to do with the flying foxes in Blackbutt, if we could get that fast-tracked, please, as it seems that flying foxes are going to be arriving a little bit earlier this year.
General Manager Meehan, did you want to respond to that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Council. Certainly happy to raise it with the officers, Councillor, and see what we can do to accelerate it. I'll be able to come back to the next meeting with a time frame as soon as I can from Leanne.
Thank you, Aaron.
Councillor Height.
I was just trying to find it for I just wanted to mention, as we've got the Wondai Men's Shed here, that we do know that they need a home, and we have been investigating, and a lot of workshops between council meetings, we have been discussing this, and we've got a report coming to the next council meeting. So we do want to make a decision on that. So that's more just for information. We do an awful lot of things between council meetings as well as council meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Height. So yes, you'll all need to come back to the next general meeting in March, all dressed in beautifully like you are today in yellow. So that would be wonderful, because I'm quite sure that you'll influence the debate with your power. So are there any other questions around the business outstanding? Councillor Sander.
On page 23 to 35, with the local law update, can we just get an update on that, please, for the...
So I think that is, would that be CEO Mark? Are you able to talk to that?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Just finding the right page. The report was accepted. Council's formalised the repeal of the cane trains and the previous, now superseded model local law. We've workshopped, so the first cabs off the rank in accordance with those is those, good English, the animals, particularly the dogs and the parking. We've identified someone who can help us with the process. We've workshopped with the councillors, so we're collating all the material and getting them through, and we'll be able to get those two on the way. That would have been, so once we get the next report up, this one will drop off the queue. Of course, the 3 points were, points 1 and 2 have all been fully completed. It's just getting point 3 sorted.
Could we please add to that the noise hours, like the restrictions in the community for noise?
Ooh, I'll make a note. I'm not sure if it's local law, but yeah, we'll find where that fits. Hours like 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, that style of thing, or?
Just I think for clarification of, we get multiple complaints about noise in towns and stuff, and the police aren't responsible unless there's local laws. So I just want to ensure that that's stipulated in there, that it's in the local law.
Yeah, okay, that might be a debate with the police, but anyway, yeah, I'll list it and we can bring that one forward.
It would be good, as Councillor Sanders said, to get some clarity around it, because we do get lots of complaints, and it seems like we're passing the buck when we say it's police, but we just need some clarity around that. And even if we had an update or a workshop on it, just so we understand where the line is, where it's council and where it's police. Councillor Sander?
Just even, it'll probably help the police as well if we know, if we have it set who's responsible for that, then they'll know. If they say if it's a local law, then we've got it in there.
That's exactly right. So look forward to that update, CEO Mark. So any other questions? Ready to vote on the business outstanding? It's been moved by Councillor Little and seconded by Councillor Potter. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 11.1 on page 80. And this one is to do with the Acting Chief Executive Officer. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approves the Chief Executive Officer leave from Monday the 10th of March 2025 to Friday the 21st of March 2025, and appoints the GM for Finance and Livability, Kerry Anderson, as Acting Chief Executive Officer. Can I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any questions, discussion? I believe that CEO Mark is going to his daughter's wedding. So that's a fairly important time for CEO Mark. So I'm sure that we can put our faith and confidence into our acting GM, Kerry, at that time. So are we ready to vote? Oh, Councillor Height? So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.2 on page 81. The 2025-20 to 2030 draft corporate plan preparation and consultation. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council approve a draft corporate plan 25 to 30 to be released for community consultation. Someone to move that? Councillor Erkins. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Any discussion? Councillor Erkins.
Yeah, I'd like to encourage all our community, when that draft goes out for community consultation, that they take the opportunity to go through it and give us feedback if they believe that there's anything that we've missed, or they believe that anything is not in their interest, to get back and get back in touch with their local councillor or contact council.
Yes, well said, Councillor Erkins. And I also believe we're going out with our community plans as well. So it'll be an opportunity to not only talk about the corporate plan, which is the big picture across our region, but the community plans. We're going to drill down and roll out some plans for each of the towns and villages. Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded, so I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.3 on page 84. That is the Baido VSB Partnership Agreements. The officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council, number 1, endorse Burnett Inland Development Organisation Incorporated Partnership Agreement and agreed KPIs, delegate the Chief Executive to finalise and sign the agreement, and number 2, endorse Visit South Burnett Incorporated Partnership Agreement and agreed KPIs, delegate to the Chief Executive Officer to finalise and sign the agreement. Someone to move that?
Mayor, if I may, could they be done as just two separate, so South Burnett endorse Burnett and South Burnett as two separate resolutions? Then if one's a bit slower than the other, I can tick the one off.
Okay, so we'll move the first one, endorse Burnett Baido Partnership Agreement. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. So I just wanted to say that this council has put our faith in Baido as our economic development arm, and which is unique because I know that we had previously in other terms of council, we had a whole department in charge of economic development. So we have put our finances and our faith behind Baido, and I believe that that's a good outcome, because then we have locals on the ground with skin in the game driving our economic development across our region. So just wanted to endorse what's happened with this, and also the KPIs agreed to. We've gone over that fairly thoroughly, and I'm sure that we will not be disappointed with Baido and how they handle the economic development across our region. So did anyone else want to make some comments? Councillor Erkins?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think it's an absolutely fabulous thing. And as I said earlier in my address, you know, volunteers, and while they do have a CEO, you know, that's actually a committee of volunteers who are all fairly experienced in their role. They're all part of our community. And I think it's actually great because, as you said, they've got skin in the game, and they really are keen to see the further development and the promotion of our region. I'm very happy with that and the South Burnett.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Any other comments? Councillor Height?
I was just going to add to that. Council, being a part of a government, is very hamstrung by what it can and can't do. And by partnering with other groups like Baido and VSB, it gives us way more flexibility for working outside of hours, working weekends to get things done. So they work well, and I think these partnerships are in our best interests.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Councillor Sander?
Just for the clarity of everyone, if Councillor Roz mentioned before that she's just been elected as the treasurer, is there a conflict?
Yeah, I can answer that one for you. It's a good question, Councillor, and we often get those from the community. Councillor Hyde is council at the statutory meeting or subsequent one of the ones, but I think it was at the statutory meeting. Councillors who are appointed as council representatives to the committee carry no conflict, and so by resolution, our council's a founding member, and the four pre-amalgamation councils were founding members of Baido, and because of that, council carries a permanent position on the board, so we appoint that delegate to the board. So yeah, no, it's a good point because people often raise it.
I just wanted to make that for the community so they were aware, because it was mentioned.
Thank you,
I might
Councillor
add, I
Sander.
don't get paid. It's a volunteer position. I might add that.
So it's any other questions, comments?
Mayor, if I may, just both VSB and Baido came back within the time asked of them, and neither had any amendments to the report to the agreements or the points that were raised last meeting.
Thank you. That's good to know. Any other comments, questions? We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next motion is that we endorse Visit South Burnett Incorporated Partnership Agreement and agreed KPIs, and delegate the Chief Executive Officer to finalise and sign the agreement. Someone to move that one. Deputy Mayor Jane, seconded by Councillor Sander. So again, this is where we have put our faith in our local Visit South Burnett to be our tourism arm of our organisation. And so, along the similar lines, Baido being the economic development arm and Visit South Burnett the tourism arm. And they're locals on the ground, again, with skin in the game. So that's why I think it's a great model. So it's been moved and seconded. Did anyone else want to? Deputy Mayor Jane, did you want to have some comments?
As Councillor Height said with Baido, Visit South Burnett also are not under the same regulations as we are when we send people out from council. And I do know, for example, at the recent Melon Festival, there were representatives from Visit South Burnett handing out our brochures on the area. And, you know, that actually saves council a lot of money, because those committee members, they are volunteers and they are out there promoting our region, and, you know, it's not an ongoing cost to council. While we sponsor them and have an agreement, I think it's a much more, you know, economical decision for council, and another example of where, you know, the whole organisation is trying to cut down on spending money unnecessarily.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. Any other comments? Ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.4 on page 86, confirming Council's attendance at the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit National General Assembly LGAQ Queensland Disaster Management Conference 2025, Local Government Association Queensland Annual Conference 2025. And the officer's recommendation is, have we got that recommendation? So is that Deputy Mayor Councillor Jane Erkins and Councillor Danita Potter attend the LGAQ Queensland Disaster Management Conference 2025, that Mayor Cathy Duff and Councillor Ros Height attend the LGAQ Civic Leaders Summit 2025, and that Mayor Cathy Duff and Councillor Ros Height attend the annual LGAQ Annual Conference 2025 as delegates, and the following councillors as observers: Deputy Mayor Councillor Jane Erkins, Councillor Heath Sander, Councillor Deb Deneen, and Councillor Linda Little. And number 4, that Deputy Mayor Councillor Jane Erkins attend the National General Assembly 2025 as delegate, and the following councillors as observers: Councillor Heath Sander and Councillor Deb Deneen. Someone to move that? Councillor Little? Someone to second that? Councillor Potter. So any discussion? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought there was discussion yesterday that you were going to attend as well with the ALGA conference, or I wasn't too sure where that conversation ended.
I thought it ended where we were going to, because Deputy Mayor Jane wanted to more or less be the spokesperson. I said, well, why don't I give Councillor Jane the opportunity, and I'll just stay home and keep the home fires burning, pretty much. So, yeah, so I think that will be well, we'll certainly get our voice heard with Deputy Mayor Jane leading the charge at the National General Assembly. So that should be just after the election. So you'll be, I'm sure, in their ear, Councillor Erkins, to make sure that we get some. We've got our federal advocacy document that we endorsed last meeting, and that we will be able to get some of those outcomes for our region. So looking forward to seeing what comes back with when you come back with the dollars and the checks from that conference. So thank you. Any other discussion? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.5 on page 88, the Red Green Tape Reduction Advisory Working Group. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council adopt the Red Green Tape Reduction Advisory Group terms of reference. So someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? So I might just hand over to CEO Mark to give us an update on this one.
Thanks, Mayor. It's just, it's getting the TOR. We'll get a meeting going. I'd like to note that we're onto this before the state government. And it's great to see the state government taking our lead. I've put, following us, I've put in there, besides our terms of reference, the local government red tape reduction task force from the state as well for their terms of reference for everyone's. That report will be brought down by June. So now we've got the TOR done, we'll get that committee meeting, and we'll start looking at where we can cut red and green tape.
So I'm really excited about this. It was one of my election commitments. It was part of my 5-point plan was to cut red tape, and CEO Mark has added the green tape as well. So that will be fantastic to be able to work through and try and become more streamlined with our organisation, and making, particularly with our planning and developers. And there's been a feedback we've got that it's all too bureaucratic. So we're trying to streamline our processes to get better outcomes for our region. So I'm really excited about the rollout of this particular committee. So any other questions, comments? Ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.6 on page 97, the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Employee Assistance Program Policy, Strategic 042. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council Employee Assistance Program Policy, Strategic 042, be adopted as presented. Someone to move that, Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? Did you want to... Oh, Councillor Height.
Do you want Mark to comment first?
Well, I was just going to get CEO Mark to comment on this one.
Thanks, Mayor. It is the Employee Assistance Program we've had in for some period of time, and in recent years we've actually been able to move to local suppliers, which is, I think we're fully much now locally supplied. The service is a very valuable service. It's totally anonymous, so any staff, we have opened it up to family members. It's personal and professional opportunities sometimes, or issues come along in life that people need to phone a friend or talk to a friend, so we have face-to-face meetings as well as phone consultations. We don't need to know what was talked about. Certainly some of the feedback we had, and one of the reasons actually we've had way better feedback on the service by staff who volunteered it, not about the content but about the interactions they've had since we've moved to the local suppliers. And it's just... would encourage anyone. I mean, there's other agencies out there, Lifeline, Beyond Blue as well, but all of us every so often need a hand, and I would be. I've told the staff this directly. I've actually used these sorts of services in the past myself, so don't be ashamed, don't be shy. It's part of life, and I would just highly commend it to anyone who needs it. Is access it. It's readily available and gladly given.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Well said. I'll just hand over to Councillor Height.
Yes, I just wanted to add to that we can only deliver whatever we deliver in council through our staff, and we've got 320, whatever staff, and they are one of our most valuable resources. And sometimes, I mean, Councillor Erkins alluded to Facebook, and Facebook can be very critical of council and say, oh, you know, I saw council workers leaning on a shovel and things. Our council workers and staff, they're people too, and they have feelings, and they're on Facebook. And it's really very unfair the way they get targeted, that, you know, if they stop for morning tea on the side of the road, people will bash them and say they shouldn't be having, you know, any rest periods. So it's very important that we do support them. And this employee assistance program is part of that, to support them if they're feeling you know, struggling with different issues. So I think it's very important that we do have this.
Thank you, Councillor Height. 100% agree. Any other comments, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 11.7 on page 102. Adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Councillor Contact with Developers and Submitters Policy, Strategic 045. The officer's recommendation is that the South Bennett Regional Council Councillor Contact with Developers and Submitters Policy, Strategic 045, be adopted as presented. Someone just move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Dineen. Any comments? Or just Councillor Dineen.
Yes, I'd just like to comment on this, because this is probably one of the reasons I wanted to become a councillor, because of the planning concerns, and I just wanted to acknowledge our wonderful planning staff, the effort they go to, the understanding they have of the legislation, and the assistance they give to the people who are trying to develop and go forward with the growth in our community. So I believe this is another little niche in that, and that we can be thankful that we've got a great crew and that things will just get better and better. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dineen. This policy gives the councillors the right to be invited to the pre-lodgement meetings, and I think that that's a step forward, because and we have to be aware that we are not to speak at those pre-lodgement meetings, we're just observers, but it is where we can understand what's actually the application process, and sometimes that red and green tape that we see is part of legislation, and the actual planners planning team do not have any say over that. It's just legislation. They have to do it, have to put these particular requirements. So I think it's our opportunity as councillors to see firsthand what the negotiation is, and then when the developer comes back to us, they're not happy, we've got more of an understanding of why those different requirements have been enacted. CEO Mark?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So the policy, the main change in the policy is an automatic invitation for the pre-lodgements to the Mayor and Divisional Councillor, the relevant divisional or applicable divisional councillor. Just to clarify the point with the observer status, it's quite possible, and why the policy is written the way it is, it's not to gate councillors nor to stifle any form of debate, but if an elected member anywhere in the state, particularly at this early stages, voices an opinion that they dislike the development or they really support the development, and there's been plenty of unfortunate examples of it over the years, they actually may exclude themselves from the rest of the process. So the policy's had review and has been written in this not to stifle any debate nor anyone's opinion, but to protect councillors and the developers so that there's not a technicality down the track that at this early stage of an application that either the councillor gets themselves ruled out on that technicality because they've expressed an opinion without hearing all the submissions prior to making their final decision.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Deputy Mayor Jane?
Thank you. I'd just like to mention that one of the things about the planning department, you know, we're not planners, and we have a lot of our community come to us asking why something has happened or why something hasn't happened. And I just want to thank the planning department, because they have been so good. I've gone to them with complaints that people have had, and they've been able to explain to me very carefully, you know, why something has happened and how it's happened and the processes. And I've been able to go back to my community and give them answers and explain everything. And I'd just like to thank the planning department, because that has just been so helpful. You know, you can go with a little bit of knowledge and explain the reasons why things are happening. That's just really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jane. And I just, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I'd just like to make sure this goes for all councillors, that if you look at item number 3.2.2 under that one, that if we have any exchange, this is going to be the one we have to really watch. So if any exchange with the developers outside of that meeting, we actually have to make sure we note the time, date of exchange, and there's a dot point there with 4 things on that we need to make sure that we put through to council, so they know when that exchange was done. So I'm just pointing that out just as an FYI. Thank
you, Councillor Potter. That's good to note. Yes, we have to be really careful to after the, like if we are in the just out and about and we've come across a developer that wants to actually have a particular meeting with us, that we document that. And I also think it's really wise to have an officer with us when we meet with a developer.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify that my comments were not concerning any development as such. They were when a neighbour comes to me and asks why something happened or why is this. It's the planning department that I've gone to. They've given me the answer. So it's not in a current planning situation. It's just what's happened. And as I said again, it's been really great.
So I just wanted to endorse what Councillor Erkins said, and also we've got Manager Simon and David in the gallery, and I just wanted to say that my interactions, Manager Simon is brand new to the team, and my interaction so far has been very, very positive and getting good feedback from the community. So I've actually nicknamed Simon as Can Do Simon. So so that's going to be, the pressure is on, but we're looking forward to good outcomes in our planning department going forward. So thank you. Any other questions, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 11.8 on page 108. Grant opportunity Queensland Climate Resilient Council program. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council 1. Develop and apply for grant funding of $200,000 under the Queensland Climate Resilient Council's program 24 to 26 round Part B. Part B funding opportunity to install roof-mounted solar power efficiency upgrades and load shaping on the following site: Kingaroy Sewage Treatment Plant STP, and number 2, upon advice that the grant application is successful, approve the grant project budget of $200,000 via a quarterly review. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Councillor Height.
Why wouldn't we apply for this? Any opportunity to get grant funding to try and reduce the huge electricity bill we have each year, and also reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So, yeah, to lay down misère, why wouldn't we?
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion, comments? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, Councillor Sanders, sorry.
I just wanted to point out that, will this be written by the new grants officer? And just for the people watching, just so they know that we've got a new grants officer?
We need to talk. Baido has actually, as part of the partnership agreement, has identified this one as well. So we're certainly having a talk to Baido, and then there'll be a combination, without me having told Baido yet, but it'll be a combination of Baido and council staff. Yep. Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Councillor Sanders, are you happy with that comment, that answer?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the people watching know that we have got a new grants officer, and we're looking at things like this to better the community.
Thank you. We're ready to vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 11.9 on page 114, Revised Capital Works Program Airports. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council reallocate the $20,000 capital works for master planning to the replacement of the terminal building septic tank, decommission the chemical sump, and replace concrete flush markers on the 16/34 glider strip and 05/23 runway. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Comments? Councillor Deneen.
I would like to say that's a great idea that we're doing this, and we're grateful to have such a wonderful airport in our region, and I love the way that council continues to support the airport and to keep it upgraded for anyone, especially the RFDS that fly in there a lot. So.
Thank you, Councillor Deneen. Any more comments or questions? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So would someone like to move that we adjourn for morning tea? Deputy Mayor Jane. Someone to second that? Councillor Height. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So welcome back, everyone. Would someone like to move that we reconvene the meeting? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to item 12.1 on page 117, the monthly financial information. The officer's recommendation is that the monthly financial report, including capital works, as at the 31st of January 2025, be received and noted. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. I'll ask General Manager Kerry to give us an update on our financial position. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Council's cash and cash equivalents amounted to 63.66 million at the end of January 2025. Around 31.4 million of this balance classed as restricted cash. When looking at the capital program, departments have spent approximately 28.1% of the amended budget, or up to 43% when taking into account current commitments. Comprehensive asset revaluations for Council's water and wastewater asset classes have begun and will be progressed over the next few months. Indexation of other asset classes will also occur over the coming months in preparation for the end of year financials and the external audit. The next rates levy will be issued this Friday, the 21st of February, the due date of the 24th of March. The sale of land auction occurred on the 11th of February, with 5 out of the 6 properties being successfully sold on the day. Budget preparations for the 25-26 year have begun, and Finance will work with managers over the coming weeks to develop a draft budget to begin workshopping with councillors. I now present the January monthly financials to the Chamber for their information.
Thank you, General Manager Kerry. Any questions to Kerry? So I did send an email last night asking for a breakdown of the contract materials and services in our operational budget for the the 3 quarters we've already had. So if you could do that before in preparation for our budget, that would be really great. Thank you. Councillor Little, did you have a question? Or?
Oh, sorry, yes. GM Kerry, I'm just wondering what percentage of first half rates are still outstanding?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So we do have that one in the report. Yeah, hang on. 133. All right, hang on. That will be it. So we're currently roughly sitting at 4.81%. And so that will also have gone down after the settlement of the sale of rates auction properties as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Hyde.
I'd just add to that, for the general public, if people are struggling with their rates, it's way better to come and talk to our finance staff and work out a payment plan rather than do nothing and hope it goes away, because we don't want to sell up properties for outstanding rates. It's a horrible thing to do. And it's one of those things that if you ignore it, it will actually get worse. So I do encourage people who are struggling with their rates to talk to the council staff. We offer a lot of options about payment plans. We will absolutely try and work with you to help you. Please don't ignore it and hope it goes away, because it won't, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. That is good advice. And we also have a hardship policy to rely on if there's someone really, really struggling. So just, please reach out to the council staff if you're having trouble paying your rates. So any other discussion, comments? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 12.2 on page 164. South Bend Regional Council Annual Operational Plan 24-25, second quarter review. The officer's recommendation is that South Bend Regional Council, in accordance with S1743 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, receive the assessment of the progress towards implementing the South Bend Regional Council Operational Plan 24-25. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion or questions?
Mayor,
CEO Mark.
There was I'll call it a typo, but for want of a better term, but an error in the first quarter report Councillor Sander raised yesterday. So it would be as amended, because if we take that out, it'll just need to amend that document.
Sorry, yes, we'll just change that to as amended at the end there. So Councillor Hyde, are you happy with that we add the as amended? And Councillor Potter? Yes. Any questions? Discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is item 12.3, the budget parameters report and timelines. The officers, that's on page 211. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, 1, note for information the budget parameters and timelines report for the 25-26 annual budget, and number 2, note that the report will give guidance for the development of an initial draft budget, noting that councillors will review and develop the budget in accordance with legislative framework, and that the final draft budget will, at this stage, be formally adopted on the 9th of July 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions? Comments? Councillor Height.
The only comment I was going to make is, again, a message for the public. We really do. The budget process is huge. We have that many workshops going through everything. We do try our utmost to make it as fair as possible, achieve what we want to achieve, and keep rates as affordable. So it's a real challenge that we do, all the councillors do battle with every day, and the next few months will be flat out with jolly budget planning. Does our head in sometimes.
Yes, it is. Thank you. It is very, very challenging. Did you have a comment, Councillor Erkins?
I said, are we looking at a height tax?
I think... No, we... Yes, thank you for the comment. Any other questions, comments? It is a challenging process, as Councillor Height articulated. It's very... we really try and keep the rates affordable and also but deliver for our community, and we have so many things that we need to be able to deliver for our community if we want to keep all of those halls and swimming pools and parks and everything looked after. There's a massive road network. We've got so many things, dams, we've got tennis courts, we've got sale yards, and there's just so many things that we do, and I don't think people realise just how many things that council actually does. So and I'm looking to get a fact sheet about all of the parks and halls and everything that we maintain, so that when people ask what they get for their rates, they can see just how many things that council has their finger in the pie of, and a lot of it is state government handing it back to us to deal with, without sometimes the budget to do so. So we struggle continuously to try and meet our commitments, but also keep our rates down. So, but I did campaign on affordable rates, so I'm hoping that we can achieve that as we move forward. So, any other...
Yeah.
Councillor Hyde?
I was talking to the ground staff in Parks and Gardens in Wondai. They have over 100 acres that they mow in Wondai, Tingura and Waroolan. So if you can imagine getting your mower out and mowing 100 acres, and particularly in this wet weather when it needs mowing again in 2 weeks' time, it is a challenge, and it has been. I mean, we hate droughts, but at least when there's droughts, there's less mowing to do.
That's correct. So it is a challenge. Councillor Erkins?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. That's... Thanks. Thanks for that with the things that council do. And I honestly don't think that a lot of our community truly understand the amount of services that we are responsible for. It's not, we'd like to think that it was just the roads and rubbish. What is it? Roads and rubbish. But it's not. And I know a lot of people will say, well, I don't use this and I don't use that. But as I've often said, it's how we look after others in our community that we're judged by, how we look after the needs of other people. And while you may be at home and not be interested in reading, there are a lot of people that do. There are a lot of kids that don't have internet at home and don't have access to things. So I think, it really is important, those services. And while I know we often talk and joke about the five pools we have in the area, at some time there are going to be some hard decisions to be made. And, it's not any of these decisions that we make And I know at rate time, I feel, and I've said it before, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, who feels physically ill at the thought of putting rates up to a community that we know are struggling. And I get really hurt when people go on as if we sit in here and have no understanding of how, some in our community struggle, and that's just not true, because we are all aware of how people struggle, and we do our very best to try and keep those rates down. And so that means that we're putting pressure on our staff, and then to see our staff criticised, it makes it even harder. Our staff are fronting up, we're cutting their budgets and saying, no, we need to cut it down, we want to keep our rates down. Well, that money, the money that we cut out from our budget, that's extra work that the staff have got to do. They've still got the same work and they've got to complete it in shorter times. And, I think they're all doing their best. And as I said, it's quite hurtful when I see some of the comments. And again, I'm a great Facebook poster. I love it. I love getting the feedback from our community. And I have to say that the majority of the feedback is excellent, with people very supportive and letting you know when something's wrong, and you want to know that, you want to know to be able to fix it. But it's very, very hurtful when people don't understand the budget is only so big. As you mentioned, it's being cut every year. We're getting less funding from state and federal governments, and we try to do the right thing by our community. So I hope they take note of that.
Thank you. Well said, Deputy Mayor Jane. Any other comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 12. Sorry, Councillor Sander. Oh, Councillor Sander has stepped out because he has a conflict. So, so moving on to item 12.4. Contractual arrangements entered into over $200,000 on page 217. And the officer's recommendation is that this report be received for information. So any questions? I'll ask someone to move that. Councillor Potter, Councillor Little, seconded. Any questions? General Manager Kerry, did you want to comment on this or give an update on this one? Or General Manager Aaron?
Yeah.
No.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this report's one that we provide to Council each quarter. This report just shows any of the contracts over $200,000 that Council has entered into. We've included the past 12 months, and this information is also available on Council's website.
Thank you. So there's certainly some big figures there and some big contracts. So no comments. Everyone's happy. Councillor Height.
We'll just have a little comment about the Electoral Commission of Queensland charge us $219,000 for the local government election. Now, with the local government elections, we have absolutely no say in how long pre-polling is, where the polls are, anything else, but we pay the bill. Now, usually in life, if you pay the bill, you have some say in, like, we have 2 weeks of pre-polling. We could save perhaps a lot of money by having 1 week. That's, one of those decisions. But it just amuses me that we have absolutely no say in the decision, but we pay the bill.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thanks, Councillor Height, for reminding us about the election costs. General Manager Kerry, I just wanted to ask about the Proterra Group, the 2 6-monthly figures there. They seem to be higher than they have been in previous years. Is there a reason for that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are investigating that. That has been brought to our attention. So we're just having a bit of a look into the contract, just to have a look at what the potential either CPI increases or anything that was specific in there that may have attributed to that, and then we will bring back to or provide that information to councillors for their information.
Thank you for that feedback. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the same issue, Kerry, I just wonder, I just don't understand why we play one is supervision and one is operations. So maybe they can get back and let us know so I can understand. But I do know I want to draw attention to the waste management in our region is an extremely expensive operation, and we are governed by state legislation. It's not something that we can just go and dig a hole and put it in as they did in past times. It's a very expensive operation. So thank you.
Absolutely, it is. It is a huge expense, and it will continue going forward. Any other questions, comments? Everyone ready to vote? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I can invite Councillor Sander back into the room. So the next item is item 12.5 on page 222, amendment to the fees and charges schedule for cemetery burial interment rights. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council amend its 24-25 fees and charges as per the following. Number 1, change the tax status to GST exempt on the cemetery burial interment rights fees in the below table, and adjust the cemetery burial interment rights fees as per the below table. So someone like to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions? Councillor
Would
Height?
CEO Mark like to comment on why have they made this decision to make them GST exempt? Do you know why?
I'm looking at Kerry, but I was just going to say, can I point and shoot the tax office? It literally is a tax office ruling, an ATO ruling. So I don't have any background whether Kerry does and what triggered it, but the ATOs came out and made the ruling. So when the ATO speaks, we all comply.
GM Kerry?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So CEO Mark is correct. So this has come from the tax office. For what we've seen, it's been investigated for a period, quite a long period of time. Essentially, the tax office was trying to determine whether in those instances really a service was provided, or whether it's essentially almost a bit like a reserve, so it's treated similar to like a bond situation, which is where their determination has come back that really there's no service that's actually been provided that would then instigate GST, so these types of fees are then GST exempt.
Thank you, GM Kerry. Councillor Erkins?
I would think also, on most things that there's GST on, if you own a business, you're able to claim GST back. I don't suppose there's much opportunity for these people to claim GST back for their families. I wasn't being, but their families, so they're paying that GST. They don't have an opportunity to claim it back as they do in normal business transactions.
Thank you, GM. Councillor Erkins. So any other questions, comments? If not, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.6 on page 225, Council Appointees 2025 Anzac Day ceremonies. The officer's recommendation is that the appointment of council representatives for regional Anzac Day ceremonies for 2025 and distribution of funds to RSL clubs. That's not the officer's recommendation, sorry. The officer's recommendation is that the following council representatives attend the respective ceremonies and carry out responsibilities as required on behalf of council. So we've got a list there. Is everyone happy with how we've spread the councillors around the region for those particular ceremonies? And we've also added CEO Mark to Proston, and and Councillor Erkins is going to do Maidenwell for us. So that's so there'll be, just so the community knows, there'll be a representative from council or staff at every single Anzac Day ceremony across our region. So I think that's a good outcome for our community. Is everyone? So I'll put that. I'll put that to the. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Councillor Height.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to GM Meehan, the increase in the in-kind, would you like to give us a bit of an explanation on that? Because from 2 years ago, it cost us 30,000, it's now 138,000.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, for council's awareness, there is the increase in traffic control costs. We also do some ancillary stuff to support those events, such as set up gazebos and those sort of things. But the majority of the cost is with the new traffic management standards that have been in place. As we've moved to implement them, there's been a greater need for council to supply resources, which traditionally may have come from some volunteer groups within the community as well, and understanding too that there are limited resources from some of the community. You also need to have certain qualifications now to implement traffic management signs, and I believe I've shown council before that, you know, if you have a look at a traffic management plan, you know, they're as thick as the Bible now for some of these events, particularly the event in Kingaroy. So that does put a substantial cost back to council and to the community. And obviously, this is obviously flowing through to our other costs across our organisation as well, and pressure on community events that are supported by council in this nature. So it's there for council's reference and awareness, particularly understanding and acknowledging the staff that, you know, make themselves available to support those events too is also appreciated.
Thank you, GM Aaron. Councillor.
Yeah, look, I'd actually, on the follow-on from what GM Meehan was saying with regards to our staff, you know, our staff go out there first up in the morning, they set up the marquees, they put the chairs out, then when it's finished, they come back, they pack everything up and take it all back to the depot. And I just want to say a big thank you, because without the staff doing that, Anzac Days in every single town would not be what they are. So thank you to all the staff that do that.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Well said. I just also wanted to mention that we raised that at the local government conference, the issue around so much signage and the change of legislation and the requirements, and we cited the figure of over 100,000 for our Anzac Day. And I think there was some signage that was it over 100 signs in Kingaroy alone? Some figure we had it off the down pat, but it was incredible amount of signage required now to close the roads for those Anzac Day ceremonies. Councillor Sander.
Could I, like that table that's on there on page 228, can we get a letter, like a screenshot of that and a letter, and actually send that to the Minister of Transport and our state government representative, just so that they can see the increase that we're actually having to put up with, and in turn the ratepayers are?
Because that's a massive increase in cost. I agree, Councillor Sander, good point. So do we need to move a motion around that, or?
Thanks, Mayor. I've just noted it as an action we can do in any which case. And it fits in. So LGAQ's picked up and there's been meetings with the Director General about this issue. The material that we presented to the LGAQ State Conference has been forwarded to LGAQ, and it's been used as case studies and examples when they've been meeting. We've got staff now that have been co-opted or volunteered to go on to and work with LGAQ as far as a task force in this space. The work that our traffic management group, which is made up of our on-the-ground and operational staff, have done in this space is exceptional, and it's best in state, and that's why LGAQ is using it. We can certainly send the letter off to the Minister too, because we've got a lot. And to give a specific example, River Road roundabout had a single large but a single pothole in it. It actually took longer to put the signs up than to repair the hole. So that's now to comply with the rules. So we actually had, when the team mows, they can be anything from 1 to 3 hours placing the sign on a particularly state-controlled road. They do an hour of mowing on medium strips and then 1 to 3 hours to pull down the signs. So this is to comply with the regulations.
So So that's just completely over the top. Councillor Sandy, did you?
Yeah, I just want it for the record so that the public know that it's not our staff that are doing this, it's not council that's doing this, it's coming from above, and we're just trying to comply and in line with the legislation. So I just want that all noted that, and this will help support that. We need changes at the top.
Thank you. Yeah, so CEO Mark said that can happen now as a matter of course after this meeting. And we'll also note in the minutes. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. With regards to that particular roundabout too, we also need extra vehicles to carry all the signage, and sometimes the signage won't even fit on one vehicle. And I think I remember that particular roundabout issue was that they needed a whole separate vehicle just to carry all the signage and put all the signage out, which, I mean, it's we sit here and say, well, we've got to do it, but it's almost past a joke now, that we need extra vehicles and extra signage now.
Exactly.
As Mayor, it'll certainly be one of our examples to the local government department's red tape task force as well.
Yes, absolutely. Deputy Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I wonder whether it's not a good idea if we seek a meeting with the local RSLs in the area and perhaps look to get their support in lobbying to get this changed, because really, like Nanango's gone from 2022, it cost $6,500 to $33,700. I mean, that is absolutely, it's beyond belief. And I don't think that the RSL would be happy about that either. So perhaps we can work with them to work out some solutions, and maybe having them lobbying with us as to how, because we would not be the only region and shire that are being affected by this. So maybe through the RSL organisations, we can look at lobbying for some change and how we can, work those differently.
No, absolutely, and I also think it's a good one for WebRock, the wide regional organisation of councils, to collaborate together and really.
So maybe we can organise a meeting with the local
RSLs as well. Yes.
Yeah.
So CEO Mark's made a note of that as well, and we'll also take it to WebRock. So any other comments? Councillor Erkins, you've still got your light on you.
Sorry.
Any other comments, questions? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Next item is 12.7 on page 229. Hobbyists, breeders and exhibitors for both cats and dogs. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council introduce a temporary administrative measure whereby council issue a formal interim permit authorising hobbyist breeders and exhibitors to register a specified number of animals exceeding current local law limits while these regulations are under review. This authorisation would be contingent upon the owner providing prerequisite information prior to any such council endorsement. So someone to move that, Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Erkins. So discussion. So this one, I think that the particularly the kennel clubs will be very pleased to see this on our agenda, because I know we have to change local laws and things, and that's such a process, but all they want is a permit so that they know that they're doing the right thing. So that's what this is, an interim measure until we can change our local laws to a suitable outcome for those, particularly the dog breeders. Any other comments, questions? So it's been moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Erkins. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 12.8 on page 231, list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report. And the officer's recommendation is the council receive and note the list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report as of the 31st of January 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I think this one is where you're going to move a resolution, Councillor Height. Have we got that one? So which one do we deal with? Oh, okay. Okay. So any discussion around this one? Yeah. So I've got my movers. Oh, okay. Sorry. The council note and receive the delegated authority report for the month of January 2025. Someone to move that? Councillor Deneen, seconded by Councillor Height. So any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So now we'll do the resolution for Councillor Height.
One of the issues we have, which is very frustrating, is when members of the public say that, oh, you know, you approved, for example, energy storage systems, and in fact, because they're code accessible, not impact accessible, we have absolutely no say in it. So what I would like to do is move the resolution that the South Burnett Regional Council investigate the introduction of a temporary local planning instrument, a TLPI, to increase the level of assessment for all non-exempt BESS, battery energy storage systems, and where applicable to include the matter in the next planning scheme amendment package. Because the advantage of things becoming impact accessible is we're able to have community consultation. We're able to have the community demonstrate to us how this will affect them, because it's very frustrating when these facilities are built and we have absolutely no power to ask the community whether they want it. Now, you know, you do get the not in my backyard type of comments, but often there are realistic reasons why these things are not suitable. But if it doesn't come to council, there is nothing we can do about it. So the idea of this is that we are going to investigate a local planning instrument where we will have the power to be able to ask for community consultation. And then we've got a realistic assessment of whether this is of value to our community and what are the pros and cons, rather than it just getting passed through and we have absolutely no say in it, which can be very frustrating, particularly when local residents come to us and say, I didn't know this was going up and how unfair this is. And half the time we don't know because it's already been passed and we're not involved in it. So this is to give the local ratepayers, well, local residents, more input into these decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. I just think, CEO Mark, don't we need to have in there to make them impact accessible? So it's not, it just says to increase the level of assessment for all non-exempt BESS and where applicable to include a matter in the next planning scheme amendment package. But I'd love to see it be actually impact accessible.
That would take them all to impact accessible. Mayor, we can put those words in if you wish. But that actually gives power to what you want. So yeah.
But it just says to increase the level of assessment. I'd just rather it be.
So yeah, we can it has the same effect at level of assessment to impact accessible to impact
accessible, because then they've got to put up public signs, public notification, letters sent to all adjoining neighbours. That's where I'm just keen to see that. So, so Councillor Height, you've moved that.
I would like to move that, please.
And I'd like to second that. Councillor Little.
I would just like to thank Councillor Height for bringing this matter to the table. As we know, at Ellesmere, there is some battery energy storage system going in there, which has really upset a lot of the members of the community there. I've fielded a lot of phone calls and messages from residents who are living there who are very unhappy with how it was handled in the beginning. There is also a meeting at the Cumbie Hall this Saturday morning, which I will be attending. And so I really look forward to this happening, and I know that the communities that are most affected will be very pleased.
Thank you. Councillor Erkins.
While I don't want to take away from what we're doing here, I still want to make sure that any complaints would have to be you can't just complain. Yeah, valid planning grounds if they have an objection. Like, you can't just say, and I do understand that, I wouldn't want one in my backyard, but I also think that we have to be very careful and make sure that we're not just going to say, no, we don't want it in our backyard, because, it carries a wide impact on the whole of energy production.
So thank you, Councillor Erkins. But in any impact accessible application, anyone who puts in a submission, it has to be sound planning reasons. And if we want to vote against that, like against the recommendation of the officer, it has to be again on sound planning reasons.
Yep.
So absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, I understand that there are a lot of people very concerned about this, and I completely agree that everyone needs to be able to put in, their issues that they have with, and I think that we've had, the solar farm that went in originally. I think it gave everybody in the community, in council, a very bad start to how things happened, and I know that we don't want to be in that situation again. So I'm very supportive of the motion, but I just want to make sure that it covers everything.
So what is really good about this is, because what I'm being really upset about is that the battery storage facilities, we're the last to know. The community's the last to know. They could just put them wherever they want to. They're in my mind, they're heavy industrial and in the middle of prime agriculture or too close to a built-up area. And it's like as of right, but at least with this, we can have, the community can have a say, council can have a say, and we actually have the opportunity to vote in the chamber, whereas before the battery storage facilities were code accessible, which meant that the CEO has to just approve them because they tick all the boxes, but no, the community doesn't even need to be told about it. So I think it absolutely needs to happen. Councillor Sander.
If we can do this for the battery storage, why can't we do it for the solar farms?
They are already impact accessible in our planning scheme. So that's why we were able to vote against the Kingaroy one. Like in the last term of council, it got overruled in the planning scheme, but we actually had the vote. But with the battery storage, they're code accessible currently, so they just go under the radar, and the CEO is obliged to approve them as delegated authority. That's why that one went through that Councillor Little is talking about, because we didn't have a say and neither did the community.
So even if we do put this through, they can still take it to the planning court and overrule.
Absolutely, but at the very least, the community has a chance to have a say and council has a chance to have a say. Currently, that is not happening.
Yeah, the other aspect, excuse me, the other aspect for the community, once it's impact assessment, if someone makes a submission, they have appeal rights, so they can represent themselves at the planning court as well. But if, and Councillor Erkin's point, any objections to them needs to be on planning grounds. So if the application meets all the planning criteria, it still goes through its hoops normally. So but you do have appeal rights at planning court.
Thank you, CEO Mark. Councillor Deneen.
And I have been approached by quite a few people regarding the BESS, and I do want them to understand that this is state legislation, it's not council legislation, and unfortunately that's what happens. We don't agree with it, even when it's impact accessible and we vote against it, then we still are overruled in the planning court, which is extremely disappointing. So if you've got more concerns about it, please talk to your state member.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 13.1 on page 238. This one is the minutes of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held the 12th of December 2024. And the officer's recommendation is that South Burnett Regional Council receive and note the attached minutes and recommendation of the Traffic Advisory Committee meeting held on the 12th of December 2024. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion? Everyone happy with the minutes? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is 243 on page, it's item 13.2 on page 243, Drinking Water Quality Management Plan Amendments. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council approve the amendments made to the Drinking Water Quality Management Plan, DWQMP. Someone to move that. Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. I might hand over to Adam, our Manager of Water, to articulate what this means.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. The Drinking Water Quality Management Plan is something that council's had for quite some time. Every 2 years it's required by legislation to conduct a review of the plan, and we've completed that. When we review the plan, we submit an application to the regulator, the Drinking Water Supply Regulator, for approval of those amendments, and that's all been completed. The regulator approved those amendments in December last year, and so we've just rolled this through now to council for review. Look, the Drinking Water Quality Management Plan is a very technical document that it has an extensive amount of work that goes into it. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank the team, the water and wastewater team, if we could, particularly Dr. Carroll and Deb and Sam, who have put a significant amount of effort into putting the plan together for review. So it was a good effort.
Thank you, Adam, and I'd also like to endorse what you've said about thanking the staff for putting that plan together. It is comprehensive. It's a big, thick document that you showed us. Did you want to hold that up? There's light reading if anyone's bored. So, but it is really, really important for the community to know that we've ticked the boxes and that plan has been approved by the department, and also the last month we had the discussion about the policy, and now this is the plan. So, and I also just wanted to reiterate for the benefit of the media that councillors and myself are very, very conscious of the community concerns about water, and we are going to have a report presented to us by the 30th of June about water quality and quantity across the whole region. And so just wanting to assure the community that we are listening, we have heard the concerns, and we are wanting to address any concerns going forward. And I'm looking forward to having some public meetings around the water and what we can do once we've unpacked what options we do have. So just wanted to let them, particularly the media, know that we are certainly keen to make sure that everyone is satisfied that we've done our very best to ensure that both the quality and quantity of our water has been addressed, that all of the concerns have been managed and dealt with. And I just wanted to also let the community know that it is really important, as we've said before, that if they have any water concerns in any of the towns, regions, that they report it to council so that we can update our data and address the concerns, so that we have a picture of where there's issues. If there's discoloured water, we need to know about it. So just wanted to ask the community to please let council know, because it's been a real issue. The posts have been coming up on Facebook saying that the water's discoloured, and no one's reported to council. And then we go back and we say, the water's discoloured, and Adam has on occasion said, well, there's been no complaints. So we need the community to let us know so that we can address those complaints. Councillor Deneen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to our staff, to Adam and your team, you did an amazing job. This is such a difficult space to be in, and there has been so many challenges thrown at you and your team, and you have just been amazing. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd just like to say thanks to Adam and the team as well for what they do. Over the past, the first 10 months that we've been in, they've been slugged with major damages to the wastewater treatment plant, which they've been working through as well. At the same time, they're receiving this, and we've had floodwaters and we've had issues and tainting the system prior to its treatment. But the one thing that I want to point out is that we've always had this plan. It's not a new plan, just for the community, just so that they know that it's the amendments and the updating of it is all we're adopting today. And the important things to point out too is that, you know, I've seen it on Facebook, there's guys that are up us and saying that we don't follow procedures and stuff. The guys have always followed the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines 2011, and there's a Public Health Act 2005, and Water Supply Safety and Reliability Act of 2008. So these are the things that these guys are all responsible for. They get watched by the regulator, so everything is safe, everything is above board. Council's not trying to hide anything. When we got dirty water, we're just as concerned as the people that are getting it. So we're trying to work through solutions. We'll continue to do that, and we'll work as a team and with the community trying to resolve those issues.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor Hyde?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to the manager. On page 245, there's some increased health-based targets which reduce the level of manganese in the water, reduce the level of THM, which I can't remember what that stands for, but I know it's a baddie, and reduce levels for PFAS, ADWG. How significant is that going to be to us? Is it expensive? What do we have to change to meet those targets?
Through you, Mayor, that's a really good question, Councillor. Yes, there will be some infrastructure upgrades required to meet those standards. Currently, if these increased health-based targets are a prediction currently, so they're not in place at this point in time. When that comes in place, we'll amend the Drinking Water Quality Management Plan to suit that, and there may be some infrastructure upgrades that need to come off the back of that. So yes, and THMs is short for trihallomethanes, Councillor. PFAS is an acronym for polyfluoroalkyl substances, and ADWG is Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, so just short for. And 2025 is the year, Councillor. That's an easy one.
Thank you, Adam, for that update. I also wanted to let the community know that we did air scour all of the Kingaroy pipes, and it did, for a period, worked brilliantly. And I know I went to some homes and people showed me the difference and how now their water was crystal clear and everyone was happy. And then when we had the floods, that's when obviously things changed. And I just wanted to also note that I believe from what I was told, that in Brisbane they also had dirty water during their flooding periods. So that is because the water is mixed and changed and things are happening all at once, and that is where it becomes problematic. So now that things have settled, I haven't had any locals coming to me, and I'm not sure whether there's been complaints. If Adam would like to just mention if there's been any other water discoloration since probably the floods have settled things now in the last week or so.
Thank you, Mayor. Touch wood. Currently, we haven't had any widespread discoloration. There may have been the ad hoc discoloured water that's come in on the back of a main break or when the system gets stirred up. But currently, touch wood, as I said, the systems look to be running really well.
That's fantastic. And I also just wanted to note that sometimes it is the internal pipes, it's not actually council's pipes that are the issue. And it's been explained to me that on some occasions when there's been really, really dirty water, it is actually the owner's pipes, not our council pipes. So there's all sorts of technicalities around the dirty water and what causes it. But we are very keen to, as I said before, to work with the community to make sure that we get better outcomes moving forward. Any other comments, questions? Are we ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Manager Adam. So now we're moving on to item 13.3 on page 246. And this one is the removal of trees at Haley Street, Kingaroy. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council remove the 12 large eucalyptus globulus trees from the corner of Harley Street and Albert Street, Kingaroy, and replace with 5 suitable street trees. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, second by Councillor Deneen. Discussion? Councillor Erkins.
I'm concerned, are we shutting the gate after the horse is bolted? One. And also, if we're going to take these trees down, does that then give us a responsibility to take every tree down that might fall down if we get a big storm and lots of rain? You know, like I understand if you're living there, it's probably a concern, but it's opening up a lot of, you know, there's a lot of people contact me all the time about trees. They're concerned the tree's going to land on their house. Council go out and check it and say, no, it's a healthy tree, there's no danger. So are we going to be changing our whole view on this?
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Would someone like to comment? Dallas, would you like to comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just might get Dallas to just give an overview of the trees and their health for just for Council's consideration. But probably just to answer the councillor, the difference in this case is we do get requests regularly for trees to be removed. The purpose of the report for this one is that there has been an incident at that location where trees have obviously fallen onto our premises. It would be for council's consideration to reduce the risk of a second event occurring onto that premises. Would be reasonable for council to consider whether they wanted to remove them or not. I don't believe it sets a precedent that you've got to cut down every tree. But you have got a case of an incident where it has occurred at that location and damaged the property.
Well, I understand that, but there's also lots of things that happen in a location and it's a once off and it never ever happens again. You know, and if you've got, I mean, I know that I've had discussions with council staff because I know people that have sold their house because council would not take down a tree that was on their boundary. They couldn't do it themselves. It was on council land, you know, and it was such a worry for them they couldn't sleep nights. I know that council have gone out and trimmed some trees where there's been a worry, but that's a lot of money. As I said, you know, are we shutting the gate after the horse is bolted? Because the trees already come down in that area. I'd be interested to hear the report on how they are, on the quality, the state of the trees. But just because one has fallen down there, I just don't think that we just go out. I mean, that'd be the same if one falls down somewhere else. How many have we got to have that fall down before we say, okay, let's take out every tree over a certain height?
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'll ask Dallas, did you want to comment, or General Manager Meehan?
I might just get Dallas to talk to the health and the condition of the trees, Madam Mayor, just so council has an overview, just considering.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. We conducted a thorough tree report on the standing 12 trees. They are very healthy trees. The nature of those, they're blue gums, so those trees, the nature of them is they're very tall and thin, and obviously the canopy can be very heavy. So these trees are very healthy. The report came back, recommend not to be removed. However, circumstances, this is the discussion that you're having to remove them. My opinion of removing trees is irrelevant to what is happening here today, but the trees itself are very healthy. Nature of any gum trees on a footpath or in urban living, it's the wrong species, we all know that. When you're getting high winds and storms, those branches can fall, the risk is going to fall, and with heavy canopies and those storms, even a healthy gum tree can fail. So the risk is, I can't tell you if those 12 trees are going to fall through their house. They could, they couldn't, but those 12 trees that are standing are extremely healthy trees.
I'm just going to ask CEO Mark to comment.
If I may, with council's indulgence, I actually was not, and incidentally, this is nothing with the staff. This is starting to move into an area of probably a discussion that needs to be held offline. I actually, when I read the report, I just took it as that there was a bunch of trees and we're going to replace them as we do regularly with suitable species. With council's indulgence, can we just leave this one lay on the table and then we can have an offline discussion about it, please?
So, Councillor, did you want to put your light on?
I'll move we lay the matter on the table to further investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Oakins, seconded by Councillor Little. But because it's a procedural motion, I've got to put it straight to the vote without any debate. So all those in favour? Against? Carried. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So Councillor Dineen has voted against that procedural motion. Okay, so we just have to note that we've got a vote of 6 votes to 1. Thank you, Dallas. Moving on to item 13.4 on page 248, additional capital works funding for repairs to Proston Library. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council implement rectification works to the Proston office and library to prevent future water ingress at the rear of the building and remove the asbestos ceiling, replace ceiling insulation and lighting and paint the new ceiling, and the project be funded by available restricted cash for buildings. Someone to move that. Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander, you've got your light on, and so who had their light on first?
No, he had.
Councillor Sander.
I'm a gentleman, so you can go first.
Sorry,
Look,
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I really just want to say that our libraries are an amazing asset to our communities, and especially the smaller libraries like we have at Proston. It's the one place the community can go that's got computer access, they can do rhyme time, story time, and they do all those wonderful, it's a place where the community can get together. So, I mean, these libraries are just invaluable, so totally agree with this.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Sander?
I also agree with what Councillor Potter's statements were, but I also want to find out why, should there be more insurance cover over that library, and why wouldn't insurance cover the whole issue if we could get an update or a question on notice to find out why the insurance wouldn't cover the whole amount.
So does anyone, Mal, could you comment on that? Or
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's been put to insurance companies, and due to the water ingress into the building, they would cover the wall sheeting, replacement of the wall sheeting, but because the wall sheeting, ceiling sheeting was not part of their scope of works, that's why and it's asbestos, obviously. So we're trying to remove all asbestos from the building, and that will become asbestos-free building after that. So because you're already getting the walls removed by a contractor, makes sense. Saving cost setup and everything if we were to do it ourselves at a separate time. So trying to coincide everything with the insurance claim.
So so the roof wasn't damaged during the storm?
No, the ceiling's
just
not.
the walls?
Just the walls. They have to take the walls, because it got wet. So the hygienists and everything, their scope of work is to remove the wall sheeting up to the ceiling line. And because the ceiling is the same as the wall sheeting and asbestos, it makes sense to do it at the same time, and then our building will be asbestos free.
Can we actually get that in the report? Can we actually get that written in there? That the roof or the ceiling wasn't damaged during the storm event, that this is actually extra work to do while it's getting the work done?
so
Yeah, it's in the recommendation, it's to remove the asbestos ceiling, so.
Yeah, but it wasn't damaged during the storm.
That's
event,
correct.
so this is
It's
just
not weather damage. It's just
extra work while taking the opportunity
Gender.
while it's...
and getting that efficiency of getting it all done at once. Yep.
So did you want some wording added in the recommendation, Councillor Sander?
If I may, Mayor, so the water that came through if I can just read this bit, so I don't get it wrong. Water came through the building and damaged the floor walls. Insurance will cover, but that but the ceiling is asbestos, and they want to get it done and remove the asbestos while the opportunity is there. So I think we're all saying the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I just basically wanted to clarify that, you know, we weren't just, like the insurance company wasn't doing the ceiling because it was asbestos. Yeah.
So you're happy with the recommendation as is?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you want the question on notice?
No, it's been answered, so I'm happy with it.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Ready to vote? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. The next item is on page 250, 13.5, request for funding for upgrades to Cumbia Memorial Hall. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council allocate grant funding of $10,000 to the Cumbia District Memorial School of Arts Incorporated and note this grant for the third quarter review. So, Councillor Height, did you want to move that? Or moved by Councillor Height. Someone to second that, Councillor Little. Discussion, Councillor Height.
So just a little bit of background. Cumbia Hall is over 100 years old. About probably a bit over 12 months, it was identified that all the stumps needed replacing and were rotten. The community out there, the Hall Committee, has done a fantastic job. They started a campaign on buy a stump or replace a stump, and people could buy a stump for $500, which has been marvellously successful. They've also done a squillion grant applications to... Cumbia is quite well placed because there's a number of wind farms around there and they all have community grants. So they have got money from Stanwell, the various wind farms, I think the battery, we won't mention the battery. But so they've actually done the first two, which it's been pretty messy work because the hall is, you know, not very high off the ground and these poor people have had to scrabble underneath, dig out those stumps, cement them and put metal ones in. So stage 1 and 2 have been done. It's just the last stage, stage 3, which is underneath the supper room, so further down, which is actually higher up, so it is easier to deal with. And they have requested 20,000 from council to assist with that, to finalise the funding. I do recognise that this is challenging because there's a lot of facilities in the South Burnett and it's difficult setting precedents when we do already have a community grants program. But in this particular instance, I would like to move that we do give them the full 20,000 to get this finalised, because we do rely on our communities to manage our facilities for the community, including the hall. So I know it does set a bit of a precedent if we do this, but I feel that this is a little bit of a one-off.
So that's an amendment?
Yes, can I move an amendment then, please?
So we can, if the seconder consents to it, then it becomes the motion. Otherwise, it'd have to be a separate motion. So Councillor Hyde has moved that we change it to 20,000, and the seconder, Linda Little. So, Linda, what's your thoughts about agreeing to that change, or do you want it to be a separate motion?
I think I'd like it to be a separate motion, please.
Okay, so then I'll just seek CEO Mark's guidance here.
Yep. Well, it's just so Councillor Height would move an amendment so to be exactly the same resolution with 20,000 in the so that'll be an amendment. So you need a seconder.
We need
for
a
the
seconder
amendment.
for.
Somebody would like to second.
So I'll second that one. So does that, then we debate the amendment first?
Yes,
so now
please.
we're going to debate the amendment first, noting that that the other motion will follow that depending on the outcome of the first motion. So did you want to speak to the amendment?
I probably don't need to add any more.
Yes, the reason why I'm supporting this is because the committee has a shortfall of 20,000 to complete the project. So why would we only give 10,000 if they can't complete the project? They need the 20. Council could consider, it's in the recommendation, the financial resource implications, Council could consider additional funds coming from the operational budget or community grants program. So, yes, I'm happy to second that motion. Any discussion? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, this is the Hall Committee that's been very proactive in trying to get funds for the stumping of the hall. and they are very proactive in the community. They do things there. There's always something on at the hall. So I'm actually going to support this recommendation of Councillor Hines.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Any more discussion? Councillor Erkins.
I'm a little confused. I thought we had discussed this in a workshop. And I'd like to congratulate you guys for the work that you've done. There's, a huge amount of work done out there. But one of the things, because the wind farms and the batteries are out that way, you probably are in a better position than a lot of organisations that don't have those, don't have those community grants and that available to them. So, I'm just a little bit on the fence as to whether I would go for the 10 or the 20. As I said, in saying that, I appreciate all that you guys have done. But, yeah, that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any other comments? Councillor Little.
Thank you, Mayor. So, for the record, I'm not against the 20,000. I just wanted to find out first, budget-wise, how we're travelling and whether we can absorb that increase in the recommendation or not.
I'll go first, Mayor, if you want. So the reason that, partly after the discussions that the 10 was, it's not our asset. So this isn't a capital fund, so it comes out of the operational accounts. So the grant funds and there's no allocation for it in our operational budget. So it will have a direct budgetary impact, and we'll have to find 20, because I didn't imagine, I suppose in my own mind, is particularly after the conversations about the grant programs, is that council would be reducing its grant program by $10,000. So it's just, these are always, you would think, because it's a building structure, it would go to a capital program, which would be, I won't say easier. It would be easier folded into a program, but it affects the operational budget. So there would have to be operational funds set aside and allocated to it.
So if I may just ask then, so what would we be giving up operationally to fund this $20,000?
GM Kerry, did you want to comment on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess at this point in time, we probably can't specify if there would be something specific we would be giving up, or whether when we go to do the third quarter review that there are either savings in other potential programs or additional income over the budget that would assist in covering this. But we will definitely, if this is council's decision and it does go through, we would obviously try and make sure that we're, really looking at that third quarter review to ensure that hopefully, it's not a hit, but obviously we can't 100% say yes or no at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you, GM Kerry. So any other questions, comments? Councillor Sander.
I would also like to thank the guys for the work that they've done out at the Cumbia Hall, and in the discussions last week. We're in between a rock and a hard place, because we want to help these guys. We're going to get bombarded with other requests that come in if this one goes through. It was discussed, to reduce it from the 20 to the 10 to make things easier on us as making a decision, and what it's going to impact financially for the operational budget. So I probably can't support 20. I agreed on the 10, and we're just going to have to. It is a hard decision to make.
So when we talk about agreeing on the 10, so that's a guidance. But when it comes, this is where, in the council chambers, is where the debate happens and where we make decisions. Any workshops that we have, that's just, we give guidance to the officers to put forward the recommendations, but here is where the debate happens. So this is why we have to make the decision now and not from some discussions that we had in a workshop. This is where the community needs to hear the reasons for and against, and what a general meeting is all about. It's where we have to get some intestinal fortitude and make some strong and sometimes tough decisions. So, Councillor Erkins.
I just want to, just on what you were saying, Kathy, on the thing. And the workshop was a workshop and no decisions were made, but there were discussions at the workshop as to the funding that had been done by the the hall committee. Thanks, Ross. By the hall committee, but also on the other organisations in the town. You know, we did discuss it while there were no decisions made, but we did discuss the other implications of giving funding to one organisation and other organisations that were looking for funding that we have previously refused. So just, I mean, I'm just clarifying that, yeah, there were no decisions made, but there was a recommendation coming through from our staff on finance.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I understand we did have those discussions yesterday, but I do believe that this is a group, it's the only community hall in Cumbria, and I do think that we should support it, and I would be interested in looking at the community grants program. We've got grants that are open right now as well, and I think that maybe looking at that, there are probably areas in that that are underutilised that we can take the money from, considering this is the last round coming through now for this financial year.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Dineen.
Can I ask, through you, Madam Mayor, how many of the local halls are owned by council and how many are owned by the community? Do we have that figure?
So, General Manager Kerry?
Sorry.
Because I can probably, I know most of them. So there's a Tablelands Hall is not owned by council. I know that the Queensland Dairy and Heritage Museum, which we also support with insurance and different things, is not owned by council. I'm pretty sure Mondra is owned by council. Rurulan's owned by council. Oh, so Rurulan is not owned by council. Cloyne definitely is. So there's not many halls that council isn't. Yeah, Proston is, yep. Maidenwell's owned by council. Bowie, I think it's only Tablelands and Cumbria. And Rurulan, sorry. Ironpot, yep. Tablelands, Cumbria, Rurulan and Ironpot, 4.
So yeah, that just makes you think, you know, if we actually owned the hall, then we'd probably have to do this ourselves, which we would have to do for other halls that we own. I'm all for saving money and am really conflicted with this because I'd like to save as much money as we can for our general ratepayers, but then this committee is doing what we have to do at other halls to maintain the hall and to keep it, you know, up to a standard and safe for the people in there. So I'm really changing my mind about my original thoughts.
So thank you, Councillor Dineen. So I know that with the Dairy and Heritage Museum, so they manage that not-for-profit group. There's a massive infrastructure out there. They run that all themselves, but council supports it even though we don't own it because of what they do, the contribution they make. So I guess we do have to consider that because if it happened to be council hall, well, we'd have to do all of the upgrades. Councillor Sander.
Can I ask how much is left in the community grants program?
So we haven't, the only problem with that is we haven't done this round, so we're in February right now.
But even with that, you know, knowing that next round's still coming through, how much is actually left at the present?
Would you be able to give that figure, General Manager Kerry?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can find out for council how much is potentially left in there. Because there's been a couple of little bits and pieces after that first. Well, obviously, you know, we've got multiple different grant programs. And I know after the first round, we'd sort of done that reconciliation as to how much potentially we had left. So it would just be sort of seeing if there was anything else that's gone through Denise that will have come out of those other categories to work out how much is potentially left in all of those.
But would I be right in saying it's about 60,000? Sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but just to give people an
yeah,
indication.
it would be potentially around your half mark, so just under. Yeah.
It depends about how many applications we get through this funding round as well.
Lots.
So, are you satisfied, or would you like to lay it on the table until we can get that information and maybe make a decision after we break for lunch, or is everyone happy to make a decision now? I'll just seek CEO's guidance.
May I support what Kerry said before? If council makes a decision, we'll fold it into the third quarter review and work out how we fund it. So it's really now in council's hands as to whether you want 10 or 20k.
Councillor Height.
I was just going to make the comment, in a perfect world, we would like every community to own their hall because they have the capacity to apply for grants, all sorts of gambling community benefit grants, all these other grants, whereas the halls that we own were were not as easy to apply. I mean, I know Monjour, we actually claimed insurance when they had a problem there. And there's probably some infrastructure grants, but of course, if an infrastructure grant comes up that council's eligible for, we've got an awful lot of infrastructure that can apply. So we would love it if all of the halls were run by the communities because it gives them other funding opportunities. So, yeah, it is a tricky question.
Thank you, Councillor Height. Any other discussion, comments? Councillor Sander.
Just know it's going to bring them all out of the woodwork. There's going to be, because I know that there's people that have approached me and said that they need $27,000 to trim trees. That is on one of those that you mentioned before. And once this happens, they're going to start coming to us, so we're going to find ourselves in we're going to have a lot of requests for the similar sort of thing. But I still say, like, these guys have done a tremendous job out there with the posts and stuff, but I know it's a hard position to be in because we're gonna get these come out of the woodwork now and request extra things.
Thank you, Councillor.
We've got to try and fund that. We've got to try and find it from somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor Sander. Councillor, well, whether we do 10,000 or 20, we're still in the same boat. Councillor Dineen?
Yeah, I think that highlights the fact that these guys have done so much work and raised such a large percentage of the required amount. If you need 27,000 for trees down, say you raise 26,000, we'll give you over $1,000. There's been an enormous amount of money raised by this organisation, and I think that considering we don't own the hall and we're not responsible for it, and if it was our hall, we'd have to pay for a lot. Like you said, it would be, enormous. So.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Dineen. Councillor Erkins?
I think it's well known that I like to support organisations who support themselves. And I really give full credit to you guys for what you've done. However, I agree with what Councillor Sander, thanks Ros, Sander has said. There are a lot more organisations out there, and we have been talking the whole time that we're back to basics and we're cutting down. That money has got to come from somewhere. I still say that this hall committee, they are better positioned than a lot of organisations in our region to obtain funding from the wind towers and the battery people and all those things that are going out there. They are better positioned to do that than a lot of other organisations. There are small organisations who don't own their own hall, don't own their own premises, and they're having to pay rent and still giving benefits to their communities. So, I mean, these guys are lucky they do own the hall, so they're not having to do a lot of things that other organisations, and I know there's a lot of halls sitting out in the middle of nowhere that are really getting not much use out of it at all, and there's money being spent on them, and Bowie Hall would be one. It sits out there, it's a beautiful hall with not a lot being done, not being utilised very much, and I understand that Cumbria Hall is utilised a lot, but I also know that there are other organisations who don't own their own hall, they don't own their own building, they're paying rent and they are delivering to communities. If they all came to us and said they wanted $20,000 to fix up something in their place, I think $10,000 is a fair amount of money for us to be giving to it, and that's what I'll be, I can't support the $20,000, sorry to you guys, but that's just how I feel. I feel we have a community, we've got ratepayers to answer to, and that's my stance on it.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. So we are a back to basics council, and to me, halls and swimming pools and things like that are core council business, and they're the basic, and the halls. I've always said it for the last 20 years. They're the hub of a community. They're the point, and they help with mental health. They help with so many different things in some of those rural areas. And Cumbia is a great example of it. Councillor Hyde articulated in her divisional update about the things that are happening at Cumbia Hall. So, yeah, I think it is core business, and I think it is it's very much what back to basics councils would be looking at is to support our halls, our swimming pools, those things that really are that tick the boxes for community in our region. So thank you for saying that we are back to basics, because we absolutely are. Councillor Sander?
It's just reading in the report, it says that on the 16th of October, a request came to council for 50,000. Since then, the committee's been successful in a couple of grants totalling a value of 40,000. So would 10,000 cover the project? And if it didn't, could we wait until after the next budget and do 10 now and 10 after June if they could wait until that way we can budget where the money comes from?
So, Kerry's, General Manager Kerry's had a light on. Just move across to you, because I think you might have those figures now. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Mayor. So we, at this point in time, have around 54,000 left in the grant funding pool.
54,000, thank you. So but that's still got to cover the round, because the February round is not closed yet.
Yes,
Yep.
that's correct.
So then we'll be assessing that in early March. So what is the thoughts of the meeting? So Councillor Sanders put forward a suggestion. Did anyone want to comment? Councillor Janine?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think that's actually a very good suggestion, that we give 10,000 now and 10,000 in the next financial year. Is that doable? Sounded sensible to me.
So just seek the views of the CEO, Mark, where we've got some. How would we manage this?
It's an operational spend, Mayor. So if 10 out of if your total of 20,000, it'd be just a second dot. Well, when I say just a second dot point, I'm looking at Kerry and she'll throw a rock at me if I'm saying anything wrong. Is that the 10,000 be funded out of the 24-25 budget, and the second $10,000 contribution be funded out of the 25-26 budget?
So, Councillor Hyde, are you prepared to what are your thoughts on that?
Can I just make a comment? In September, I actually can't remember, is a Cumbia, I can't actually remember, but it's celebrating Cumbia. So the plan is that the hall restumping would be finished by September. But I can see some advantages in that, because if we allocate 10,000 now, I am hopeful that perhaps the committee can raise the remaining 10,000, and then we won't need to spend it next financial year, but we've got the backstop there if we need to. So I actually think that's not a bad idea, that we can, try and keep everybody happy. Because whilst we've only don't own those other halls, we have to remember that there's also, half a dozen CWA halls around the region that they could all come to us for funding. So as Councillor Sanders said, we've got to be careful not to have set a precedent and all these halls come looking for money. So I quite like the idea of 10 this financial year, with potentially 10 for next financial year.
So, so if that's the case, then do we, CEO Mark, I'll seek your guidance. So would we put the second dot point there, and if I'd agreed to that, then that would become the amendment? So did we want to put a second dot point around that we fund the 10,000 in this financial year, and then allocate In the amendment, it's got to be in the amendment. That's... So because it is a change, we can still open up the debate for this particular change. So just wait till we get the wording, because I think...
That's the wording I'm talking.
Yes, so I think that it was only if necessary, was that...
Considered. No,
be considered.
yeah, a further application be taken. Considered, yeah, yeah.
So the wording now is that you need to change that back to 10,000.
Yeah, that allocate a grant funding of 10,000 for this.
Yep. So the wording for the amendment, so I've agreed to it, and so has Councillor Height. So the mover and the seconder are happy that it become the amendment. The South Burnett Regional Council allocate grant funding of $10,000 to the Cumberland District Memorial School of Arts Incorporated, and note this grant for the third quarter review, and $10,000 be allocated in the 24-25 financial year, and a further $10,000 to be considered. No, now you've doubled up. That wording's not right. Yeah, okay. The first, yes. That's right, because we need to take the first part out. That's right. Otherwise it's doubled up. Okay. So the amendment now reads that South Burnett Regional Council allocate grant funding of $10,000 to the Cumberland District Memorial School of Arts Incorporated, and note this grant for the third quarter review, and a further $10,000 be considered upon application in the 25-26 financial year. So that's been moved by Councillor Height and seconded by myself. Any further discussion? So everybody's ready to vote. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that amendment now becomes the motion. So again, we vote on the amendment. Now it's actually we're voting on the motion now on the motion. So it's been moved by Councillor Height and seconded by myself. It's exactly the same as I previously read. So I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you.
Original mover and seconder. So once the amendment becomes the motion, it becomes under the original mover and seconder. So.
Oh, okay. So then,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all. It's all good. It's so. So the motion's moved, then the amendment. So the amendment gets passed. So the amendment becomes the resolution, but you still carry in the minutes the original mover and seconder of the amendment. We've had this in the previous term because there was. The original mover voted against the amendment, but the amendment got up and then it became the motion. It got voted and they wanted their name taken off of it, and you can't because it's, anyway, yeah, we'll sort it out in the records, but yeah.
So just so that, so Councillor Little, you are the actual, you're happy with that? Okay.
Well, yeah, you get that prize.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO Mark. So happy. So we're moving on to item 14.1 on page 255. So this one here is questions on notice relocation of dingoes. The question was from, and it's on page 255, Councillor Heath Sander, is Council aware of any relocation of dingoes from K'gari, Fraser Island to the Bunyas? And the response, government fact sheet attached notes in part. Why isn't relocation of Wangari considered instead of euthanizing? The department has never relocated K'gari, Fraser Island, Wangari to the wild on the mainland and does not currently support any proposal to relocate Fraser Island dingoes to the wild or captive situations on the mainland. So, Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, ask that the following question on notice. The recommendation is that the question regarding relocation of dingoes raised by Councillor Sander be received and noted. Someone to move that. Councillor Sander, seconded by Councillor Little. Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And the second question on notice is on page 260, and it's item 14.2. And the question came from Councillor Sander. Is Council aware of any subsidies for rainwater tanks? Can Council investigate rainwater tanks for all new builds? And the response, South Burnett Regional Council has historically opted out of the provision of the mandating of water tanks on new builds. Council could promote the installation of water tanks on new and existing properties with a subsidy rebate from Council, should they wish to identify this in upcoming budget discussions. And there are other local authorities in South East Queensland that offer rebates to ratepayers, and we could investigate further with them. So, Councillor Sander, are you happy with that response?
Yes, ma'am. But I'd also, I'll probably try to amend that and, at a later date and add it to all properties, not just new builds. So, but there'll be some more information come back on that because we're investigating that still.
Thank you. So that the recommendation is that the response to the question regarding water tanks raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. So you'll move that, Councillor Sander. Someone to second that, Councillor Height. So, and you've got your light on, Councillor Height. Did you want to speak?
I was just going to ask, does that come into the planning scheme if we say that all new builds have to have a water tank? And should we consider that in our planning scheme? I mean, I know existing is a whole different ballgame, but if we could have it that our, thank you, can do, Simon, you're going to come up, mandate that every new build in the region has to have a water tank plumbed through to the kitchen or the laundry or somewhere.
Thank you. I'll hand to Manager Simon to comment.
Yes, through Madam Mayor. Look, this is a matter that was looked at many years ago by the state government. At that time, I must admit, I was working for Queensland Department of Public Works. It was recommended through the state government that all new builds would come with a water tank. There was then subsequently a change of government, and the new government that came in mandated that that was not an appropriate action because it would bring additional costs onto new builds. And as a result, it was removed from what was then going to be the act to bring it in. I'm just giving that background because that is well known across a number of councils that there was an initiative to move in that direction, but overall was determined at the time by the then government that this could result in significant costs for homeowners and as a result of being passed on by the builders. I'm just pointing out that background, please.
Thank you.
Can I add to that? So if we put it in our local law, does that, we can't override any state law. So we could put it in our local laws?
Yes, you could, but if I may advise you with some caution here, that it could have an implication for how some developers view the cost effectiveness of promoting subdivisions in the council area. I'm just pointing it out as a caution.
Yeah, we obviously are conscious that this is going to add to the price, but on the other side, we're busily doing considering we do subsidies to people's developments to help them develop. By every house having, in theory, if every house has a water tank, it's reducing the impact on our water. We live in a drought country in a very dry state and a very dry area. And whilst all the tanks are full now, there's an awful lot of times when the tanks aren't full. So if we can reduce the amount of water used by residences because they're using tank water. And secondly, when we do have a flood situation, if every house has a downpipe which is catching that water rather than it going into the storm water system and contributing to flood damage to our roads, you know, we could save by then if everybody had a water tank. So, yeah, I don't know the answer, but I'd like us to consider it, basically.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Erkins?
I can remember in the Menango Shire when they brought in the size of the tank that you had to put on a acreage property, and you had to have 10,000 gallons. And the bottom line was that most of the houses being built at that stage were very small, 2 or 3 bedroom hardy plank houses with no carports and no garage and no verandas, and they couldn't fill a 10,000 gallon tank. So, you know, they had a tank sitting there with water in, and then the other tank next to it sitting there empty because in normal seasons. So you have to be a little careful. I mean, those making that decision at the time thought they were making a great decision to protect those people against running out of water, but it wasn't a practical decision. The same as with what we're talking about, to actually plumb. I'm pretty sure that we can't tell people that they can drink tank water, because tank water is not potable because it's, birds poo in it and whatever. So you can only, at the moment, I'm pretty sure that you can only plumb the tank water to the toilet in the garden.
Madam Mayor, you are quite correct. You can only plumb it through for using your washing machine and that. I mean, sorry, manager, it's for the water side is not here. But look, I can assure you that is the case. Yep. And if you require it to be for drinkable water, then there's a filtration system that has to be attached to the house. If I may also add, there are definitely councils in Queensland, New South Wales and others. What they do is they offer effectively a rebate for new builds and existing dwellings where somebody wants to install that as part of a new build or as part of an existing, and they might give 500 or 1,000 or whatever rebate. That is certainly something that has become quite popular, but not all councils by any means do that. It's rather ad hoc.
Yeah, I think that's probably something that I would be more inclined to support, is something like that. So people who wanted to put in a filtration system in a tank for their drinking water, and I'm not saying that our drinking water is not drinkable. It's perfectly safe to drink. But what I'm saying is a lot of people find the taste of water in different towns unpalatable. When I go to Brisbane, I take my own water because I don't want to drink their water. So, it's for people's taste. And I'd be inclined to look at, maybe what options there are on subsidies. However, I was very disappointed when I thought I'd worked it all out and with you, Madam Mayor, and we thought it was going to be a very cheap price, and then we worked out that it was going to be astronomical. Astronomical. Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, can I also add that I'm well aware that some of the councils that have gone down offering a rebate have also put a cap on it. So in other words, what they've said is we've got 50,000 available this year to allow, but we don't. Yeah, pretty much, and that if I could say, could possibly be a safeguard and also an equitable consideration.
So thank you, Manager. Simon, I actually spoke to the Mayor of Western Downs because they have a subsidy program and they do it for non-potable drinking water. They haven't got it for potable water like we would probably be keen to do here. So, and they've been doing it for the last couple of years and they're reconsidering it in their next budget because it has cost them a considerable amount of money. They don't have a cap on it, and they've got certain size tanks and they've got rebates, certain depending on the size of the tank, how much rebate they give. But I think it's been significant for the Western Downs, so they are re-looking at it. Councillor Sander.
I agree with what Councillor Erkins is saying with for non-potable and stuff like that. We don't want to get into that debate of making sure that they've got filters on their properties. But and you were saying, can do Simon, about about the pricing and stuff like that, but the extra cost to set it up. Yeah, I reckon that, you know, it is a little bit, but over the term, if you put in a 5,000 gallon tank, the savings you're going to make from that instead of using the town supplied water will outweigh it in the long run. So I'm looking at stuff like that, and I'm trying, because you can generate power from the sun, but it costs you a heap to install it and get it up and running. Same as the tank water, it's the same thing. You're going to save in the long run if you're not utilising the town water.
So thank you, Councillor Sanders. So just on the discussion here, can we give a direction, CEO Mark, that we consider in our next budget, and also just the looking at a potential local law? We're thinking, is it a local law or is it a planning scheme amendment?
Well, can I recommend that internally staff have the opportunity to, between infrastructure, with infrastructure, also discuss some of the implications of this and come back to you? I think we need a little bit more information to advise you on what's currently best practice out there. And there are issues here also with infrastructure, and I'm a little bit nervous to recommend too much until we've had the opportunity to investigate, please.
Yeah, so we want just some wording around that, CEO Mark.
You want me to move a motion that we investigate?
No, you can move it, or I've just resolved it. I've got all properties, not just new builds, local law, and it's a budget item report. So yeah, so we'll workshop it. Mm-hmm.
Councillor Deneen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Manager Simon. If we changed our planning laws, then we would be able to be taken to planning court about that anyway. So somebody could say, well, this is the state legislation and we're just going to fight your local planning laws.
It could happen, yeah. Look, I mean, they could. I think if we put it in as a planning scheme amendment, it could be supported first of all, or overridden by the current state government. First of all, they have that first right. That could all happen. If it is adopted by the state government as a planning scheme, then what you're suggesting is less likely. I can't guarantee it could not occur, but it's far less likely. It really depends on the state government's view, or whether the planning minister endorsing that amendment to the planning scheme.
Yeah, because if he's endorsed it, then he said, okay.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the key factor.
So thank you, Manager Simon and Councillor Deneen. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Listening to all the conversations, there is so much going around with regards to this. I will not support putting it in the planning scheme at all, because then that adds more to anyone who's building or in the area or wants to build new. We want people to come here. We want people to build new houses and developments in our area, but this is going to add to them. We all know that the housing construction has gone up nearly $20,000 with the new planning scheme, thank you to state and federal governments. So I just don't think that us making it harder for them, to me, there should be a choice that people have, not something that's forced upon them by us as a council.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. So we'll just ask CEO Mark to can you let us know what you've actually got in now coming back to council?
It's in shorthand, Mayor. It's basically result, whether Councillor Sander wants to move it, it's happy to have the name to it if you want, but basically it's an investigation. I moved off that page. It's an investigation into the installation of rainwater tanks on all properties across the region, not just new builds, and a review of an appropriate mechanism, e.g. local laws or scheme or planning scheme, and then a workshop and report back through the budget process.
think we also wanted to add with the potential of subsidising tanks, even if we didn't put it in our, as Councillor Potter has said, if we didn't put it as a local law, the potential of just subsidising tanks.
Okay, yeah,
going
and
forward.
I can articulate that would be
As a recommendation,
part of
I
the.
don't want to enforce it on anyone, but
No.
it's there as an option with a subsidy.
Thanks. Yeah, okay, I had that folded into my budget report, but yep, no, we can make that.
So-
Me. Sorry.
Councillor Hyde?
My next year. We currently give a discount on the council infrastructure charges to people who build new residential or commercial. And we are going to, in a few months, consider if we're going to extend that. Could this possibly be incorporated in that? We will give you a 20% discount off your infrastructure charges, and we'll give you a 30% discount if you put in this bigger tank. You know, like incorporate it in, so you have a choice. Because if they put a tank in, it is actually going to save us in the long run. So you have a choice. It was just something, I mean, I know you can't answer that, but can we throw that into the discussion?
We can throw it into the discussion, Councillor. I would very much recommend you keep the two items separate. The infrastructure charge resolution is it's a statutory process to charge infrastructure fees. So once you start introducing something like tanks into that, you'll get very mucky very quickly. So it's just keeping government in government lanes and tanks in the rainwater lane.
Thank you. Thank you, CEO. Manager Simon?
Yeah, sorry, through Madam Mayor. So I was just going to add that I think we also have to be aware that if we were to consider some form of infrastructure reduction, that doesn't necessarily mean that's going to end up with the buyer of the house. That's going to go to the developer. So whether that gets passed on is another matter. But the infrastructure charge reduction will end up with the developer. It will not necessarily come through to effectively the end customer, mum and dad buying the house or whatever.
Thanks, Manager Simon. Any other discussion? So it's been moved by Councillor Sander and seconded by Councillor Hyde that the response to the question regarding water tanks raised by Councillor Heath Sander be received and noted. Are you ready to vote? All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we've... Okay, so we'll move on there now. So then we've got the confidential section. So would someone move that we close this meeting and move into the confidential? Councillor Councillor Little Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. Sorry, Councillor. And so then I'm just trying to think whether I have to read. Do I read that out now? So we're moving into confidential. And I just have to read out this. It's do I read this out now? We're just going through a bit of a process because we've been checked by the local government association. Have said we have to go through a process with the confidential section. We have to read out why we're going into confidential. So I just want to get CEO Mark's. Okay, so we're going to move into confidential on item 16.1, customer phone calls, after hours calls and loan worker monitoring. Item 16.2, award of SBRC Q 2425_44 SBRC DRFA Betterment Package 2. Item 16.3, drainage clean-out works throughout the region in response to the December 2024 rain event. Item 16.4, engagement of contractors to undertake tree debris removal as a result of the December 2024 event. Item 16.5, Macklehatton Street drainage concerns. Item 16.6, Lady Court drainage extension proposal. Item 16.7, SBRC 2425_12 traffic management preferred supplier arrangement. Item 16.8, tenderers proposal for 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. And item 16.9, EBA update 2 and 3. So if that's been moved and seconded, that we go into closed for those items. So put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. So welcome back to the meeting. I'll ask that we move out of confidential. That's moved by Councillor Potter and seconded by Councillor Little. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So the first item is item 16.9, EBA update 2 and 3. The officer's recommendation is that the report be received for information. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Height. Any discussion? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We'll invite the other councillors back in. So welcome back, Councillor Erkins, and Councillor Deneen and Councillor Sander. So we're moving on to item 16.1, customer phone calls, after hours calls and lone worker monitoring. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council receive the update on the procurement for out of hours phone services and lone worker monitoring. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Height. Councillor Height? Any discussion? If not, we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item 16.2. The officer's recommendation is that L&J, so this is the award of SBRC Betterment Package 2. The officer's recommendation is that L&J Industries Proprietary Limited be awarded contract SBRC Q2425_44 SBRC DRFA Betterment Package 2 for the value of $1,760,776.12, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the CEO to negotiate the contract and award other works as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions, comments? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 16.3. Sorry, I don't have the pages. I'm just... Drainage clean-out works throughout the region in response to the December 2024 rain event. The officer's recommendation is that council engage Pipe Spy and Drain Pipe Clean Proprietary Limited and L&J Industries Proprietary Limited in accordance with the supplied schedule of rates on a day-by-day basis required in various locations across the South Bennett region to an estimated individual value of $300,000, excluding GST. And number 2, delegate to the CEO to negotiate the contract and award other works as required. Someone like to move that? Councillor Erkins, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 16.4, engagement of contractors to undertake tree debris removal as a result of the December 2024 event. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council engages Core Wood Vegetation and Excavation Proprietary Limited and L&J Industries Proprietary Limited in accordance with the supplied schedule of rates on a day-by-day basis required in various locations across the South Bennett region to an estimated individual value of $250,000, excluding GST. Number 2, delegate to the CEO to negotiate the contract and award other works as required. Someone to move that? Councillor Height, seconded by Councillor Little. Any discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 16.5, Macklehatton Street drainage concerns. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council, subject to final legal review, write to the residents advising that there is no objection to their proposal and works be undertaken as private works and not as a council asset. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. The next item is item 16.6, Lady Court Drainage Extension Proposal. Officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council advise the residents of no objection to their proposal with the stormwater extension to be funded by mutual agreement between the landowners of Lot 6 on SP 187248 and Lot 20 on RP 859040, provided the final design and construction is approved by Council. And number 2, Council accept the extension to its asset network. So any discussion? Oh, so I'll have someone to move that first. Councillor Erkins, second by Councillor Height. Any discussion? So I'm just going to say that I'm not supporting this particular item because I believe that Council should fund the survey and the costs of the legal costs of the easement. So I'm going to be voting against this. So any other discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Against is Councillor Sander and myself. So now we're moving on to Traffic Management Preferred Supplier Arrangement, item 16.7. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council appoint South Bennett Security and Traffic Control as the Tier 1 preferred supplier and East Coast Traffic Control as the Tier 2 preferred supplier for the supply and delivery of traffic control services for a 24-month period. And number 2, Solutions in Transport for the purposes of ongoing support and management of traffic guidance schemes, TGS, Traffic Management Plans, TMP, and relative traffic management planning, design and support for a 24-month period. Someone to move that? Councillor Little, seconded by Councillor Deneen. Any questions? Discussion? Put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Moving on to item 16.8, the tender's proposal for 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy. The officer's recommendation is that South Bennett Regional Council resolve to 1. Approve the waiving of the infrastructure charges for the commercial portion of the property at 1 Pound Street, Kingaroy, Lot 13 on RP 814986, in lieu of the gifting back of the residential and community use portions of the property once subdivided. And number 2, that the residential and community use portions once subdivided are transferred to the South Bennett Community Hospital Foundation Limited. And number 3, pursuant to section 257(1)(b) of the Act, the Council resolves to delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to negotiate and finalise the sale contracts and transfers. Someone to move that? Councillor Deneen, and seconded by Councillor Potter. So any discussion? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Carried. And that's the final item. So close the meeting and thanks everyone for your input.